Good afternoon, honorable members. When we suspended, we were in standing finance committee. To this, we now revert. Resume.
Mr. Chairman, Head 91, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, in the sum of $43,662,409.
Honorable member for St. John.
Mr. Chair, I seek your permission to take leave to join my team to further discuss Head 91.
Permission is so granted, honorable member. Honorable Minister, you may proceed with your opening remarks, but in doing so, we ask that you introduce your team to this honorable house, and then you can proceed with your opening remarks, which is for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Joining me today to discuss Head 91 is Permanent Secretary Mrs. Yolande Howard, Director of Youth Affairs Mr. Cleviston Hunt, Director of the Youth Advanced Corps, Mr. Holly Haynes, Manager of the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, Mr. Ryan Mosley, Principal Youth Development Officer, Mrs. Andrea Titus, Chief Community Development Officer, Mrs. Sandra Greenidge, Program Coordinator, Mrs. Bridget Marshall Griffith, Coordinator of Community Development Celebrations, Secretariat, Ms. Jessica Parse. Sports Development Officer, Mr. Stephen Rowe. Director of Sports, National Sports Council, Mr. Neil Morrow. Deputy Director of Sports, Mr. Emerson Bascom. Senior Accountant, Mrs. Sabrina Warrell-Wood. Senior Superintendent of Works, Mr. Nicholas Matthias. Assistant Director of Sports, Mr. Wayne Robinson. Chair, it is indeed a good time to be what we call youth. In this ministry, it is identified as those persons from 9 to 29. We have embarked on a number of proactive programs that will see our young persons move to another level in this country. Outside of the programming, it is our desire to have the Division of Youth Affairs within this ministry move to the pinnacle of youth work within the Caribbean again. I am very, very confident that those persons who are joining me in this room this evening possess the requisite skills to ensure that we move our young people in this country forward. We are tasked with dealing with youth, sports, and community development. And to that end, we have what we believe are proactive programs that will do exactly that. The mantra in this ministry was to facilitate the needs and aspirations of the young people in this country, and I believe we still embrace that as one of the planks for what we do going forward. What I'll do, Chair, is to go through some of our programs that you will probably hear discuss a little further as we progress this afternoon. We have the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, and this is a program that seeks to provide those persons who are business-oriented, those persons who are seeking to be involved in self-employment, entrepreneurship, with the necessary training that they can run their business at a level that would provide not only financial gain for them, but at some point in time to create employment in this country. The Youth Development Program is wide, and the programs that fall under the Youth Development Program are primarily catering to the youth, because we're dealing with youth, sports, and community development, and hopefully by the end of my 10 minutes presentation, you'll get a snapshot of what is going on within those three areas. The Youth Development Program, we oversee community projects, and these are done primarily by the youth commissioners within the ministry. There's a National Community Sports Training Program, and this, although we're targeting the youth here, obviously it straddles sports as well. The Youth Achieving Results, and this relates to performing arts, where we provide those persons who are interested in dance, drama, with an opportunity to hone those skills. We have a set of programs that are looking to create avenues for persons to get into entry level into the world of work. We have Pathway program, we have Get Into program, Get Hired program. These are programs that we provide the necessary training for those young persons who are looking to, like I said, step into the world of work. The Next Step training program is also an initiative under the Youth Development Program that seeks to put those primarily unemployed persons who are interested in training into those institutions like the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute, the Barbados Vocational Training Board, and Palmerine Barbados Community College. And we have seen where these programs would have impacted in a meaningful way to those persons who seek to get involved in those particular programs. Sports, as I mentioned before, we are embarking on sports development training at the community level. The National Sports Council is tasked with development of sports in this island, and we are trying to ensure that there's a groundswell again of sports across the country by engaging in sports at community level. And if we can do that, I'm constantly saying that there's a possibility that we can unearth a lot of the latent talent that we have across the country. The community empowerment aspect of the ministry is dealing specifically or revolves around activities that happen at the community center. And we are trying as much as possible to ensure that all of the community centers are back to what there should be in terms of running programs at community level for those persons who in the afternoon might seek to get involved in a level of training. The Building Blocks Initiative. This is a program too that we can identify as part of the community empowerment program at the ministry, because we are providing those youngsters at community level who are interested in business. We're providing a home, so to speak, a location where they can ply their trade in a level of comfort. And this program, we're expected to spread across the country as well. We have started the process, and we will continue to ensure that we reach every single corner of the island. The Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, which was formerly the Barbados Youth Service, is one of those initiatives that we are using to help propel our young people into a positive direction. We have seen some positive results coming from that particular program, and we plan to expand that program as well. In addition to this, we are trying to be as proactive as possible within the ministry. So we're looking to ensure that all of our training programs that were not certified before will now be certified, so that persons can have a weighted certificate when they move away from our training programs. And plans are in train to ensure that that is what will happen at the end of the day. So, Chair, these are some of the programs that you will hear, and we will expand them as the evening progress. And I beg now that Head 91 stand par.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minister, let me congratulate you on the assumption of office in this vitally important ministry. It is sometimes very understated in Barbados, but it is really at the core of a lot of what we will be in the future. As you're aware, Minister, we spent a little bit of time only today discussing the opportunities that present themselves by way of careers that can be built in the sporting sector, especially if we are prepared to seriously look at sports in a developmental way and not make sport at sports. There are too many people in Barbados who unfortunately have for a long time sought to make sport at sport as opposed to seeing sports in a way that can bring careers to our constituents, where we can monetize the beaches of this country, for example, and build out skill sets which are valuable for life. It is on the question of the beaches that I am going to begin, because that is near and dear to me. And I would want to give your team an opportunity to elaborate a little bit on what thoughts they may have with respect to how we could use the move from the inland side of the country to the beaches of Barbados, as many sporting activities as possible, so that we can have tourism benefits and cultural activity benefits, as well as monetary benefits for those people who might wish to participate in that range of activities. As you know, Minister, the beaches of Barbados have played host to wrestling, and they have played host to volleyball, they have played host to cricket, they have played host to a variety of activities. But we just do these things almost recreationally. Does your ministry see a way that this can be better developed and can be monetized for the well-being of the career building opportunities and the broader economy of Barbados?
Honourable Minister, before you proceed, just let me give some guidelines with respect to the responses to the various questions that may be posed. As Minister, you have 5 minutes to respond to any particular question. Your team, members of your team, will have 3 minutes to respond to the question that may be posed to them. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Honourable Minister. We have started the process of looking at sports tourism as something that is very, very viable. We have had some discussions in terms of those particular sports that we may look to target in relation to beach tourism. As you know, we are on the cusp of bringing the sports and policy into being in this country. But I fully agree with you. We have the natural resources that we can trigger these sporting activities on the beaches across Barbados. It is in part, the onus is on some of the national federations to step forward as well and look at what is happening in terms of the global market. We believe that if we can tap into sports tourism, that it will redound to several benefits. Those persons who are living in the particular location of the competition can seek to engage in commerce in terms of selling products to those persons who will frequent the location. But to further expand on this, I will ask two of the officers to respond to you, Sports Development Officer Mr. Rowe and the Director of the National Sports Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Rowe, Sports Development Officer in the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment. As Minister Griffith indicated, we've already started the process of engaging the national sports federations to get their involvement in the beach sports. Now, we have a number of sports that are traditionally conducted on the beach. We have the sailing, we have the surfing, the windsurfing, kite surfing, and the like. However, within recent times, we would have seen that there are opportunities for a number of other sporting disciplines to be adapted to being played on the beaches. And in that regard, I started engaging the associations. And I must say that they are somewhat elated to be getting involved in this initiative. However, they are skeptical with respect to moving forward. They are awaiting the reopening of sports, which should be happening shortly. So once sports is reopened in Barbados, we will be going back to them and engaging them further, because a number of them have indicated that, like I mentioned earlier, they are excited about getting involved in beach sports. One of the things that they have mentioned, both for beach sports and indoor sports, is that they will be focusing quite heavily on youth competition and engaging the youth from the region and internationally. And the thinking there is that in so doing, the youth will be traveling with their parents, guardians, coaches, and the like. And so the contingents would be a lot bigger, a lot larger than if you target the seniors. They will target the seniors as well, because the more persons we can get into Barbados, the better it will be. The other thing that came out of those discussions with the associations, and namely volleyball, for example, they've indicated that what they found is that the key persons who participate in the indoor element of the game are those same persons who participate in lead the process in the beach aspect of the game. So the associations are desirous of taking the opportunity to build out their respective sports as far as adapting it to the beach is concerned, so that it would not take away from the inland element of it. Thank you.
I want to thank the officer for his response. And I would only say in answer to that, Minister, that I think that this is an opportunity for us, not only for you as a minister in your ministry, but for us as a country, to start to think a little bit more broadly about the opportunities that present themselves. Because developmentally, there really ought not to be a clash at all between what we do on land and what we may be able to do sporting-wise and culturally on the beaches. The fact of the matter is that there are specific variations of the sports. If you think about it, beach volleyball has absolutely nothing to do in the Olympic level competition, for example, with volleyball that's being played in a gym. The same thing is true of several other variations. Beach soccer has nothing whatsoever to do with the soccer that we will go and sit down and watch being played on a playing field. But what you're doing is using the variations for the purpose of monetizing opportunities and creating new career avenues, and that is what I would urge that the ministry look at. I say this seriously. The Brazilians have made tremendous strides financially for themselves in doing this. I see the southern coast of the United States being utilized, especially Florida, for the same purposes. And I give you one last example as I close. In the last Olympics, I was quite amazed to hear a lady who was rowing, and the Canadian team that she represented was winning a major medal. It may have been gold or silver, I can't remember which. But she was saying that she leaves her home in Canada and drives 80 miles to the coast in order to train. Now, there's nobody in Barbados who has to do that. And because of the ease of access to the beaches, we, I think, need to see that there's an opportunity before us for developing specialty skills in new areas which can help our athletes on a broader basis. If I could ask the second question, Mr. Chairman, it is of a more constituency-oriented nature, and it is simply...
I just wanted to give the Director of Sports an opportunity to weigh in on this as well before you move on.
Sorry.
Thank you for your question, Honourable Minister Simmons. And your comment is apt, and it certainly is going along the same theme that the management of the National Sports Council in our planning over for this next fiscal year, the direction that we are going.
Mr. Director, sorry to interrupt you, but let me make this to all members of the team. Should have said it before. Before you begin to speak, you will need to introduce yourself and the particular position for the records of the House. Thank you.
My apologies. Neil Murley, Director, National Sports Council. As I was indicating, the comment of Minister Simmons and his question is the general direction that the management of the National Sports Council is seeing the direction where we are going in terms of beach sports. We are focusing on not only surfing, sailing, beach volleyball, beach football, but there are other aspects including rowing, coastal boating, and a powerboat sailing program, which are world-renowned programs. And I think that we have to focus, one, on a developmental program, and that's part of our focus, one developmental program in terms of having a community sports training program where we can have a summer program to, in fact, build capacity at the very junior level, but at the same time, we can start to see where we can bid because of our small size and our scale for international events, just as FIFA did for the FIFA Football World Cup in 2010. So the focus of the National Sports Council is, one, a building block program for young persons. We have engaged, and I know that the International the Sailing Federation is, I think over the next few weeks, they will be training a number of their juniors for sailing, so they're moving in the same direction that we are going in. But then at the same time, we want to, of course, build out our beaches with the necessary resources in terms of being able to bid competitively across the world for those big beach sport games. So we are actually moving in a similar direction to your query, Minister Simmons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. While I have the microphone and I can ask my second question, Mr. Minister, I want to begin by emphasizing that I can lay absolutely no blame at your feet. And frankly speaking, I do not know that I can cast blame in any direction particularly. I'm really trying to now get a feel for what the thinking is. As I have moved around Barbados, and I'll tell you why I moved around Barbados doing what I'm about to discuss. Because my constituency is one of those. I don't know how many others there are. I would wager that there may not be many. But my constituency is one which has no community center at all. That may come as a surprise to you, Minister, but it is a fact. And having represented that constituency now for 20 years, I think that I've held my peace long enough. I can now speak my mind about that. I consider it to be a disgrace. And I think that the people of St. James Central have been treated exceptionally badly over 2 decades. Now, out of an effort to try to ameliorate that pain that has been foisted on them, I have had to reach out in this particular administration to private entities to assist me in trying to find a solution. And the solution that I happened upon was to source a container, find an enterprise that would finance the retrofitting of a container so that the container could be placed, and very graciously with the support of the National Sports Council, on a playing field. And then we'll be able to begin the work of having that space, which is now retrofitted, to function as a community resource center. I want to begin by thanking the former minister and thanking also the permanent secretary, Ms. Howard, I believe, for their assistance in this regard, because it could not have happened without their blessing. But for me, there is a policy issue here, Minister, that we have to talk about, because I do not know if I'm the only MP, and maybe my constituency was alone in the darkness where everyone else had light. But in the event that we are not alone and that there are others who suffer this similar fate, when I then tried to go around the island to see what community resource centers were equipped with, how they should function, I came to recognize, frankly, that community resource centers in Barbados seem to be, some of them, in very bad state. So in my case, then, none at all, and in some cases of what I saw, it was a parlous state. And I don't know that we are being fair to this country's young people if we are saying to them, well, you can come and use a community resource center, but the community resource center is run down and not maintained well. And as I said, I have had to voyage out on a venture of my own because apparently the budget for 2 decades, the budget of the government of Barbados did not see community resource facilities being important in the constituency I represent. So rather than get on bad, I decided that I would go the route of trying to secure it by private enterprise. But no, this presents a problem though. And I think that we have to be fair in our looking at this matter, because we are looking at a couple of failures, systemic failures. The first systemic failure is no constituency, in my view, should be bereft of an opportunity to have community centers. If a community center is something that is desirable in St. Michael and desirable in St. Joseph, it got to be desirable all across Barbados though. And I feel so, and I say so unequivocally. Secondly, is not every single member of parliament who is going to be able to leverage the assistance from private enterprise to be able to get a community center created in his or her constituency. And therefore, if you fail to have an equitable distribution across the island, you are essentially failing communities. And I want to understand who in there sits down almost as if they're God on high and predetermines that there are some communities in Barbados that should be bereft of this kind of social intervention assistance while others are able to get it. And in some constituencies, don't have one or two, but got three. And I feel that is something that the country needs to have explained to it. Now, Minister, you now come, but there are those who sit behind you who've been around for a long time. And there must be somebody in there who helps to manage this process and think it through. And I would want to hear from them. But I also want to say, I must thank Ms. Howard, because when I explained my situation to her, she was very embracing of the idea, and I'm forever in her debt and that of Minister Sutherland, who held that, that seat that you know sit in as minister. But there is a larger problem, the training modules and so on. I mean, for those of us who come from a constituency that has nothing, then we don't have to worry too much, because what you're being trained in is kind of irrelevant, because there's no training going on at all. But once you have now, in some places, a set of a facility, then the question now becomes, is there a connection between what activities take place of an economic nature and a commercial nature in the immediate zone of where that training center is, or that skill center is, and what is being trained? And I give you an example. Had we had one in St. James Central before, we would have hoped that we would be able to get skills like bartending and culinary stuff and so on being emphasized, because there's such a close proximity to the hospitality sector. Across the street from many, many homes in Barbados is a hospitality enterprise. So I think that connection would be an automatic one that you would want to draw. But from what I have gathered, that type of connectivity in terms of what is being offered by way of training and what may be the economic enterprise at the fingertips of the people who live in the community is not necessarily always there. And that synergy, I would venture to suggest respectfully, is something that we should also be looking at. So, Minister, if you could have your people speak to me on both of those matters, I'd be deeply obliged to you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Let me say to you that I feel your pain. I have walked in the streets of community development, in the corridors of community development for more than 20 years. And I'm tending to agree with you that we need to have a more structured approach in terms of what we do in relation to community development. I am pivoting in your direction in terms of ensuring that every single community where there is a community center, and in those cases where there's none, that we seek to ensure that there's a structure in place that will allow us to provide the type of training that you have asked about. And I agree with you that your constituency should not be isolated. You will have a two-pronged response. I will ask the PS to address you, and I will also ask the Chief Community Development Officer, Ms. Greenwich, to speak to you in relation to this particular situation as well.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the Honourable Member for St. James Central for his query. I'd like to respond to the second question first, which relates to the connection between the economic zones of each centre and the training.
Madam PS, I hate to interrupt you. I will ask you to come a bit closer to the mic and also introduce yourself as you begin to speak. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, my apologies. Yolande Howard, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment. I was referring to the second question which was posed in terms of the connection between the economic zones of each training center and the training delivered at each center. And I will be honest to say to you that the training which is delivered is not always related to what is going on in each area. There are two prongs, or two sides really, that we have to look at. One is the needs of the country. What are the labor market needs? What are the skills deficits that exist in the labor market, and for which we need to focus? And indeed, that is what would have prompted the creation of the Community Technology Program years ago. Secondly, there are persons within communities that do request certain courses, and the officers, who are all trained in social work, would, in conducting their needs assessments, take that information into consideration, and that is then recommended. Yes? The reports from those assessments are looked at, and recommendations are made to the kinds of courses. But the point that you're making really is indeed critical, because there are certain areas in Barbados where we have certain economic activities occurring. And yes, it is necessary for us to look at that, a more targeted approach to our needs assessments. And it is something, yes, we will look at. So thank you very much for that point, which we can take on. In terms of the location of centers, I do recall in a previous presentation, the Honourable Member had made reference to this, and we have not yet been able to identify a location in St. James Central for the community center or a community center, but we have been, over the last few years, identifying some sites that do require. I must go back to the point about the location of centers, though. The initial siting of centers would have been based on population density within communities. Those densities will change, and it means that we need to be able to assess the community population density and demographics to then assess the need for a community center. And over the last few years, we have been identifying some centers, but unfortunately, we have not had the resources to be able to build as many new centers. We did successfully attain approval and funds from the Ministry of Finance to build a new center at the Bathsheba location. We have gotten permission as well to build a center in Bridgetown in the area of Pondside Bay Street, near the London-born community. We're looking at other sites as well. We're now looking as well as a site in St. Thomas, because like St. James Central, St. Thomas does not have a dedicated community center. But I want to assure the Honourable Member that we have not forgotten him. The question was posed before, and we are looking at all areas. The Ministry of Housing, Lands and Rural Development would, of course, have to be guiding us in terms of the location of state lands that can be used to accommodate community centers. I hope I've been able to respond to your questions, and I'll now pass on to the Chief Community Development Officer, Mrs. Greenwich.
Mr. Minister, I want to thank the Permanent Secretary for her response to me. And as I said, I have passed the point where I have angst in my bosom. I have found peace to some measure by speaking to enterprise outside of the public structure, and they have assisted me so that at Hoyts Village now there is that retrofitted container, and we will formally open it, and we will have that function with the assistance of the department, I hope, as a community center. But I go further because as I speak, I hear the echo of the voice of the member for St. Thomas, whose position is no different to mine, and that is being bereft of a proper center, or a center at all. And I say, Permanent Secretary, if you reach out to most members of Parliament, I do not know how all would respond, but had somebody said to me that the challenge was finding a place in St. James Central, that could have been resolved very quickly. As I said, I have found one independently of the state, and I say in the hope that the state would hear me, that there's a place called 5th Village that got 2,500 odd souls living, plus 2,500 plus living souls. A lot of young people who are seeking a path that will allow them to develop a career and be wholesome, productive citizens. There is in 5th Village pre-existing facilities like the Good Shepherd's Church has an annex. A conversation could be had in that regard. Similarly, you have the school compound where there's the Good Shepherd Primary School, and a conversation could be had. And again, even if we didn't have the wherewithal financially, and I get it, I understand that cash is hard to come by at all levels, but we could find ways and means of creating a structure. There are prefab buildings, there are containers, there are several ways in which we can do this. But I am hoping that what would happen is that we would not have your department, Mr. Minister, continue to sit in splendid isolation away from the community, but that the community could benefit from the interface and the interaction, because the solution is found in the community and the people in the community on whose behalf I must now speak in St. James Central want to have that solution. And if there had been the interaction, we would get there, would have gotten there, and it wouldn't take 20 years. Because Good Shepherd School compound has been there for far more than 20 years. And the area where the church is has been there for far more than 20 years. And I'm simply saying that that off the top of my head is the automatic solution to that problem. And I believe that if I had to drill down further, I could probably find other solutions as well. But what we have not had is the dialogue. Prior to UPS, prior to you, Minister, I have written in. I have been told, well, you're going to have to wait. You go through this whole thing where you just push back. And I understand now how the ordinary man feels. Because if at the level of government, or a level of representative of the people, you just get turned wrong all the time. Can you imagine how the poor person living in any part of the constituencies of Barbados must feel? And that's what we have to try to fix. We don't want to frustrate these people. And so therefore, I simply say that I think that a dialogue on these matters would go a long way, and let the community understand what the challenges that the department has, and let the community help contribute to finding the solution that the department could work with. And that is the way in which I would hope that we could go in the future, Minister. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Minister, before you respond, I do recall hearing that there was the Community Development Officer wanted to weigh in on this question, and you are at liberty, sir, to give her that opportunity.
Thank you, Chair, and she will get an opportunity to make her contribution. What I wanted to say to the Honourable Minister is that we will open the communication channels. One of the things that I will promise you that we will do is to work in concert with the Ministry of Housing to see where there is possible land in your constituency that we can look to maybe, if not acquire. If it is state land, then we can trigger the process a little faster. But the communication channels will be open, and I promise you, like I said, that we will work in concert with the Ministry of Housing to see how best that we can facilitate your needs. But I will allow the Chief to now have her say in relation to some of the concerns that you would have identified in relation to those centers that are not working, and the other areas that you had concerns about.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandra Greenidge, and I am the Chief Community Development Officer. Actually, our dear PS has responded quite comprehensively to the question, and there's not much really that I can add to that. I would only just like to draw to your attention the fact that now that the National Sports Council has joined us, we have been looking at ways of building out some of the pavilions which are smaller in an effort to solve this problem that the Honourable Minister for St. James Central has mentioned. So this is something indeed that has occupied our attention for some time, and hopefully going forward we'll be able to satisfy those requirements from those in those constituencies that don't have facilities. Like Pierre said, the demographic of the constituencies has also changed. Some communities have grown in terms of the population, and some have dwindled. This is a reality, and this is something that we have to adapt to. So that's my contribution to that point. Is there another question that I should have be responding to? Doesn't seem that way. Thank you.
No further questions for you, Madam, from the vantage point. We now move on to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Good afternoon, everybody. Something has always concerned me. I don't know, maybe it happens and I'm not aware, but when I was at school a long time ago, I was at St. Giles Boys School, and we could not wait to get to school in the morning to go and play table tennis. And then at a lunchtime, who was not fighting to play cricket, was fighting to play road tennis, was fighting to play football, was fighting to play table tennis. And after school, I mean, people's parents used to come and find them and beat them in the schoolyard because they wouldn't go home because they were playing football or cricket or table tennis. And when I pass schools now on an afternoon, I see the schools pretty much deserted. So I don't know what plan the Ministry of Youth and Sports has to reinvigorate our young people. But I think half of our difficulties, we didn't have many fat kids at school back then because, quite frankly, everybody was running around all the time. And I think that a lot of the issues that we are facing with an unfit society, with problems with the children and lack of discipline, comes from the fact that they don't really participate in team sports and they have no initiative and enthusiasm to try to get themselves fit and to do something to burn off some of that excess energy. So I don't know what you have in train or plan for this year to actually re-inspire our kids to get out and exercise. And it can't just be simple exercise. It's got to be something that makes them want to do it. So I'm going to start with that one. I have two to come.
Thank you for your question, Honourable Minister. One of the first things that I would have mentioned when I came to this ministry is the fact that we need to restart sports at the grassroots level. We need to ensure that communities are involved. We have a department, the National Sports Council, that is tasked with developing sports across this country. So yes, because of COVID, and that is the elephant in the room in almost every instance, because of COVID, we have been hit by the fact that we cannot go out the way how we used to. But plans are definitely in train to trigger our sports at community level again. The Sports Council, we have coaches that will return to the primary schools in particular to ensure that sporting programs are happening at that particular level. So yes, I take your concern in relation to the lack of sports that is happening at the school, at the community level. But we will endeavor to ensure that sports is returned in a very, very vigorous way across the country. To buttress what I'm saying, I will allow the two directors to speak to you, the Director of Youth Affairs in terms of what we do at the Youth Development Program. Note that we have twinned the programs now in relation to our sports training program, and I will also have the Director of the National Sports Council speak to you in terms of what the coaches at that particular location will be doing to restart, when we restart sports, to have it at a vibrant level. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Good afternoon to the Chairman of Committees, fellow MPs. My name is Cleviston Hunt, and I am the Director of Youth Affairs. It is really a pleasure this afternoon to provide some knowledge and some insight into the programs of the Division of Youth Affairs. And I must agree with the Honourable Minister Simmons that sometimes we've been too reticent in educating the public about the investments that we make in youth development through the programs that we offer. This year, we've been able to leverage some resources, so we've strengthened our public relations arm. So I can assure you that the issue of public relations and promoting the programming that we have is one that will be addressed and that we are actually actively addressing to ensure that the well-being of young people across the country is maintained. And the question from the Honourable Minister Abrams also fits in with that whole thrust that we have to enhance the fitness and the well-being of young people across Barbados. Through the national...
Honourable members. Thank you. Proceed, sir.
Through the National Sports Training Program, this is one of the avenues that we are using to improve the fitness and wellness. Through that program, we are offering to young people of Barbados, age 6 up to 29, the opportunities to participate in a number of disciplines, in a number of areas and a number of locations across Barbados. This is one of the flagship programs for the Youth Development Program. And this year, we also will continue the merger which we have had with the National Sports Council to provide programs like what we've seen last year, the Fit for Life program, as well as an increase in the number of disciplines in which young people can participate across the country. The concern that you raised, Honourable Minister, is one that is known to us. We have had discussions looking with the body that deals with the NCDs, the non-communicable disease, and this is one of the concerns that they would have raised in the research that they have had in Barbados. And of course, we in the ministry, we are committed to ensuring that we put these programs in place to ensure that the wellness of young people is addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm honestly no closer to figuring out what the plan is, but I just wanted to put it on the table because it is something that, and Minister, I do know that you mentioned COVID, and I take that as the excuse and the reason for the last 2 years perhaps, but it was something that was happening well before that. The other thing is we talk about community centers, and I would love to have a community center in every community, but in the areas where we have pavilions, I think there needs to be a joint purpose. Facilities should not be ever constructed now with one use in mind. So all of the pavilions, as far as I'm concerned, should be community centers. They should be accessible and open. When they're designed, they should be designed with a space that can be utilized for something other than non-cricket pads. And so for me, any pavilion should have in it 2 table tennis boards. It should have a drafts board, that thing you throw, darts, a darts board, and they should be accessible. When you pass any pavilion on an evening, like about, I would say, anytime after 4:30, 5 o'clock, the bulk of the pavilions are locked up. So you might have people coming to play basketball or netball, but the pavilion shut up. The toilet shut up. Now, the reality is people's greatest use for those during the week is after work. So a community center or a pavilion that is not accessible to people to use between 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock, you're actually wasting time. It is the accessibility. I mean, it's not a case you have to build it all the time. Let us look around and see what exists there that can be put into use just by a change of rule. I don't know whether it is that the contracts for the persons who mind the pavilions or mind the community centers says that they work from 8 to 4. But what use is a community center open from 8 to 4 is only of use to somebody who is actually unemployed, right? It provides no assistance to the person who has a job and who may want to learn a skill afterwards, who may wish to go and play dominoes with some people or learn something else. So I think that we need to look at that, at revamping the way we think. COVID has taught us that the normal rules no longer apply. So it can't be an 8 to 4 system for everything in government. We have to look at fitness for purpose. We have to look at what the need is and what time frames actually fit that need to make it of use, because a community center that is not available to the bulk of the community at the time when they need it is of no use to anybody at all. And a pavilion that is only open on a weekend is of no use to anybody at all, especially if we're going out to the point where we're putting lights on the bulk of the playing fields. Then we have to as well encourage the use of the facilities, because if facilities are not used, then they fall into disrepair and they start to degrade. So we actually benefit from persons using the facilities in the way they were intended, which takes me on to a segue point, which is not my third point, but a segue to that, is the issue of insurance. Every time you attempt to use a facility for something, for an event, for a competition, then you have to pay insurance on it. Why can we not renegotiate with all our insurance suppliers? If we're having a difficulty, then the government, as perhaps the biggest property owner and perhaps the biggest consumer of insurance, can surely come together and find an insurance policy that fits, that the sing-along group singing karaoke does not need to pay insurance on a Friday afternoon, that whoever wants to have a domino competition does not have to pay insurance for the domino competition. Whoever has the insurance policy should cover the use of the facility for all the reasons it was contemplated. So I think that is something that you need to look at. And now my third point, which segues from those two as well, is, and you may have to talk to the Minister of Education about this one. We have school halls. The bulk of the school halls are locked up right after school, and there's no access. If a school is in a community, then perhaps we don't need to look at building a whole new community center. We might have to look at a shared space arrangement and some scheduling that allows people to make proper use of the school halls. A building does not care what time the sun goes down. So if the kids can use the school from 8 to 4:30 or 5 o'clock, when they could do something extra after school sports or lessons or whatnot, and then they clear out, and the adults can use it to play badminton, to do whatever, to play, do square dancing, whatever afterwards. And once again, it can't be that they have to pay a separate insurance for every use of it. Then we can actually maximize. We need to make these things easy for people to use, to ensure that they are used. And if we do that, we might be surprised at the amount of people that might start to pick up extracurricular activities, may start to play sports, cruise in on the afternoon and say, let me drift down to St. Christopher School Hall and see if anybody they're playing table tennis. Right? So I've lumped all of those together, and I think you get the gist, so please feel free to answer in any order.
Thank you for your questions, Honourable Minister. You will have the feedback from the Director of Sports. You will have intervention from the Permanent Secretary as well. But let me say to you that you said our answers were not providing you with a plan. Prior to COVID, there were community sports training programs where the youth commissioners were tasked with registering persons from within their district, so to speak, and engage in probably 12 weeks or so of training. Coaches were provided, and these coaches would have been going to the different communities to ensure that a training program was on the way for the many different disciplines in relation to sports. At the end of that program, there usually is a rally where all of those persons, and we're talking maybe in excess of 500, 600 persons who engage in those training programs, would come to a location and have a competition. Now, I believe that more should be done in terms of what we do with that training program. For example, I believe that if there's a team that is coming from Edgecliff St. John that is playing football, at the end of the program, that particular grouping should be molded into a club. Because a team is just a group of individuals who come together to really play the sport. But we need to have a situation in this country where we return to having functioning and active community clubs that will start the process or engage in the process of community empowerment. So the plan is to have our coaches at the National Sports Council deployed across the country to restart, like I mentioned before, sports at the community level. Now, It has not yet been approved, but I know plans are already in place to have some schools repurposed in terms of the playing field in the afternoon to help communities who don't have sporting facilities. And when that is in place, then we can ramp up our training program as it relates to sports, because we are going to put lights at those school facilities as well to ensure that sports not only is played during the day, but in the evening period, we will have sports at those locations. Now, again, you mentioned the use of the community centers, and I want to support you there, that I believe far too often the community centers are closed when time can be maximized. I have asked for, in some cases, that some of these community centers be used as study halls. And study halls, in my mind, this is a location where youngsters who are looking to study can go and find a quiet space, removed from siblings, to engage in studying and dedicated studying. So I am agreeing with you that our community centers should be repurposed in a way that, one, we have multiple disciplines happening within the center, and two, that the time that is allocated for opening be expanded in a way that in the evening sessions we can maximize the use of those facilities. Look, I had a situation in my constituency where there was a church that was using the facility, and hence clubs could not use the facility on Saturday because they figured that it was wrong to have any kind of activities in a community center on a Saturday and then have a church come in on a Sunday. So I fully agree with you that we need to repurpose how we do things. I agree with you that now, going forward, when we're looking to develop plans in terms of construction, that we should look at a multidisciplinary approach in terms of just not having it for one particular activity, but to see how we can straddle a whole range of activities that will benefit the community. But to further expand on what you were asking about with the plans, the director of sports was supposed to come, and then the permanent secretary wanted to respond to you as well.
Thank you, Minister Abram. Neil Merle again, National Sports Council. Honourable Minister Abrams, indeed school sports has really changed, especially after school. There are a lot of issues. Part of the issues surround transportation from kids getting home. But again, we have already signaled to the Ministry of Education that we want to put this issue squarely on the table and to have a discussion around it to see how best we can liaise with the Transport Board and other entities to see how we can get this particular issue of school sports, especially on evenings, resolved. Because I do agree with you with the 1 or 2 hours that that sports is played and disciplines are played in sport. They need certainly a little more time in the evening to fully expand sport in the schools. In terms of the issue of pavilions being opened on evenings, the National Sports Council has, over the last 2 years or so, been able to change or have some contracts change so that any caretaker now that is working on evenings can be more flexible to work up to 10 o'clock. We have like a 3 to 10 o'clock slot where those caretakers would work. So we are indeed looking at that issue as well, because we believe that, as you rightly said, that sport should really be propagated in the evening period where there is more time. And what we are focusing on in this fiscal year, we are, as Mr. Hunt had indicated, Director of Youth has indicated, we are working hand in glove with them to have a very aggressive community sports training program. They have about 8 or so sports that they would be looking to have being played in the evening, and we are adding some of the same sports that you have identified: dance, darts, golf, boxing, cycling, table tennis, chess, beach volleyball, women's softball, women's cricket, and women's football. And we not only want to also target the youth, but we also would want to target the older population. In December 2019, early 2020, we had an enhanced swimming program for the older population, and that was very successful. And we would want to add not only to that particular swimming program, but we would want to add board games as well for older adults. So the National Sports Council during the fiscal year will be not only engaging coaches at the National Sports Council, but the training of community leaders to ensure that these types of sports are propagated well throughout the community and at age group levels. In terms of the insurance policy that you spoke about, we did have a legal opinion on this a few years ago, and the legal opinion had indicated that we should undertake public liability insurance. But this is something that we can look at again if there are alternatives to it. We can also look at it again to see how best we can get insurance coverage for a range of disciplines and a range of sports. So this is something that can be put on the table, and certainly we can look at during this fiscal year. Thank you.
Yolande Howard, Permanent Secretary. I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Christchurch East for raising the issues, particularly those that relate to the purpose of facilities. I think specific mention was made of pavilions. I wish, though, to point out that we have discussed the whole matter of having facilities which are multi-purpose, facilities that can provide space for recreation, that can provide space for sporting activities,
Madam
for training.
PS, I need to interrupt you again. Could you please come a bit closer to the mic and speak a bit louder? Thank you.
Not a problem. Yes, we have been looking at having centers which can provide space for various activities. And indeed, the new facility which is to be constructed at Pondside Bay Street that I alluded to earlier, and which was designed in consultation with the views and ideas of members of the community surrounding that location, has identified activities, including sporting activities, including training activities, and other activities that can be implemented and can be coordinated within that new facility. And that really should be a model for future facilities. Unfortunately, a number of the community centers that were built decades ago really were just built with small halls in some cases and a platform, a stage. Not a lot of space would have been made available for training and for sporting activities. We have also identified at one of the locations in St. George, the Greens Community Center, which provides training in our technology program, but it also provides space for activities undertaken by groups called our Safe Havens groups. And that is a program which is administered by our program coordinator in the Community Development Department. And that space is shared by the National Sports Council. There is a pavilion, there's a very big field, and on a recent site visit, we actually identified space for road tennis courts. So the whole idea is to develop locations, facilities that can provide spaces for several types of activities to occur. I want to just also point out two other things. We have been approached by the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Rural Development to look at the former District D police station site in St. Thomas, because we have been seeking to find a space in St. Thomas for a community center. Previously, Community Development Department has been using the Holy Innocents Church Hall, and we need to have a home for the community residents in St. Thomas, starting with this one that has been identified for that ministry. as far as is possible with the existing facility and existing building space, we will try to have as many activities as possible so that it is in line with our new focus on multipurpose. The last point I want to make is in relation to the whole thing about centers being closed after work. That is a point that has been discussed several times in the ministry, and there was a recommendation that came from the Chief Community Development Officer to help in having the centers opened until at least 11 o'clock at night. And there is a paper, a draft paper, that speaks to the establishment of center management committees, which will be comprised of members of the communities who will assist in managing the communities. And that is something that we hope to have in place early in the next financial year. I think that is about it, but I want to thank the honourable member again for pointing out the issue with respect to insurance and also highlighting the fact that we need to have joint purposes for our pavilions and other facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And let me begin by thanking the Permanent Secretary spoke just now to a matter that I wanted to raise, and that had to do with local management of facilities. And whilst I heard that there is a paper that contains the information, the proposal, I would hope that the paper doesn't take a whole long time, because I remember this matter being up for discussion some while ago, maybe at least a couple of years ago, of having local involvement in the management of the facilities. I remember over a year ago having a meeting with some of the officers from the ministry, and I believe that this is something we have to move on. It can't take the regular time that these things take to go through the public service. I am like the Honourable Member for St. James Central. I don't have any angst either, but even after only 3.5 years, I feel as though I now have permission to be a lot more blunt than I used to be. So that local management involvement, and I'm saying involvement as opposed to a transferring of the management, because I know that there are issues of accountability that the ministry will have. So I am at the point of involvement. That is going to be necessary if there's going to be a continual feeling of the pulse of the community and what the community needs. Now, the Honourable Member for St. James Central also spoke to quality of the buildings. And that is an issue not just for that honourable member, but for me as well. I have a facility in Black Bess that has been out of commission for a while. And the people of Black Bess have very few requests, a very contented community, but they have no good roads, and that has nothing to do with you, Honourable Minister. But they also have no functioning community facility. And that community is a very tight-knit community, one of the, what I consider to be a model community. And I'm really wondering what takes so long to put back on permaclad and get a community, it's a resource center and a sports pavilion, to get it back in order in a community that has quite a number of young people. And the young people in Black Bess are asking, what is taking so long? Is it because they're off the beaten track? Are they forgotten? I don't believe they are. And I don't believe that anybody in the Ministry of Youth and Community Empowerment are bad people. But some of our young people out there feel neglected. And I'm wondering what is being done. The question is, what kind of monitoring mechanism is there for community centers, sports pavilions, that will feed back into the ministry the state of repair or disrepair, in the case I mentioned before, and what is put in place to make sure that these deficits are addressed? That is my first question. The facilities, their state of repair, and what kind of system is in place to ensure that when the bad state of some of them is reported, that the matters are addressed.
Thank you, Minister. You spoke about local management. One of the first things that I would have asked for when I came to this ministry was to restart or to have community clubs come to the fore again. Now, it is going to be difficult, because I've experienced it in my own constituency, to have an individual take care of the keys for a community center. And you spoke about shared responsibility. If we can have functioning community groups across this country again, then it is going to make it easier for the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment to carry out the mandate as it relates to having programs, structured programs at some of these community centers. Because if we have a club that is functioning, for example, in Black Bess, then one of the things that can happen at that particular locale is that they can send information. Now, this is not in any way to take away from the responsibilities of community development, but they should be able to share information as it relates to the state of the facility at Black Bess. They should be able that if other members of the community want to use the facility at Black Bess, that you have a strong, vibrant community group functioning in Black Bess that can help to take the responsibility in terms of having the center open and monitoring the process. Now, the community, I'm going to ask the chief to speak to you in relation to what is happening at Black Bess. I happen to know that contracts were issued for repairs at Black Bess and Boscobel as well. But we need to have strong community groups, and part of my plans going forward, like I said, I've asked community development, I've asked the youth development program through the youth commissioners to have a new set of community groups functioning. I don't just want a fly-by-night group that will come and die. We have the necessary resources within the ministry that will strengthen all community clubs across this country. The resources are there. But the thing is to get those clubs up and running, because that is part of the very essence of community empowerment. And we're using sports, and all of it redounds to the fact that we are pushing community empowerment. So, yes, I hear you in terms of the shared management, but the shared management will be tenfold or work even better if we have those community groups that are working again at community level. That is one of the main ways that we are going to trigger empowerment of community, through sports, through having those particular groups functioning and function at an optimal level. And like I said before, the resources, all of the necessary resources that are required to move those community groups forward are within the doors or the building of this particular ministry. But in relation to your concern, your immediate concern in relation to the state of the communities, I'm going to ask the chief to speak to you in relation to that.
Sandra Greenidge, Chief Community Development Officer. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question, Honourable MP for St. Peter, and also my Minister, the Honourable Mr. Charles Griffith. Let me say that it is indeed really, really very encouraging to hear the words from our Minister. I am happy that we have at our helm, a minister who has walked the walk and who has talked the talk. And from what I can see so far, his pulse is on what needs to be done in the community from personal experience. And that is very encouraging for us. In relation to Black Bass, the Black Bass building is a building that is shared by the Community Development Department and the National Sports Council. The pavilion is on the upper level and the lower level is the resource center. Now, the condition of the center has deteriorated to such a state that work on the upper level is vital before anything can be done downstairs. We did have, like PS said, we do have a quotation for work to be done downstairs, but my close collaborations with the director of the National Sports Council reveal that they already have their quotations in place for the structural work on the roof and the guttering and so on, which is absolutely necessary. And if they haven't started yet, I am sure from what Mr. Morrell has said to me, Director, that they're about to start any minute now. So that's the situation with Black Bass. There are a number of centers that we've been trying to renovate or repair or to bring up to a suitable, satisfactory level of operations. And so we can't address all at the same time because of manpower and obviously because of resources. Black Bass is high on the list. Boscobel, work has been continuing at Boscobel. It started and it's progressing quite nicely. And that is due to conclude by the end of March. From the reports I received, I visited the center. I'm quite satisfied with the upgrade. There were a lot of problems nagging us at that center with birds coming in and the quality of windows and so on. And there's excellent work being done there now, I must say. And that work is scheduled to be completed at the end of March. That's a beautiful center. It has a lot of potential, and it can be one of the multi-purpose centers that you referred to earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister and Director. I really was asking, I am the Member of Parliament for St. Peter, and I did highlight Black Bass because it is a center that I know. I was not asking specifically about St. Peter because I believe that that situation might be one that is replicated across the country. And what I really wanted to find out, and this is not a second question, I'm just clarifying the first question, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to find out if there was a system in place that identified need for repair and refurbishment, if there was some system. So I'm speaking beyond highlighting one in St. Peter, because I am not a plaster for sore kind of a person. I think we have to diagnose the challenge and create a solution that will address all or most of the challenges. And so, by the lack of answer, I am led to assume that there is no systematic way of periodically inspecting, and therefore, I'm not trying to put anybody under the gun, I'm just suggesting to you, Minister, that you develop a system, given that nobody has said that there is one. A system needs to be developed. I keep hearing about public officers who move around the country. I'm not sure if they move around in the day or in the night, but, and I use in day and night only from the perspective of being able to see what is going on. So I'm just saying that there needs to be some systematic inspection and reporting back so that the issues can be dealt with on a timely basis. I pay taxes like all of you, and I think we all know that there are lots of issues, if left unattended, will cost more in the long run. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central never likes to hear more when it is going alongside money and spending. So I believe that we need to inspect and deal with the issues on a timely basis so that they don't become situations that call for larger expenditure. My second question has to do with, Minister, what you started to speak to in terms of community groups. And I'll share an example. This is a parochial example. There are groups, but I know of one group in particular, but there are a couple of others across the constituency, and I'm sure it's replicated across the country. We had a netball group for runners in the Indian Ground, Fort Hill area that really no longer exists because the young ladies, when they were practicing, playing the netball, they had no bathroom facilities. And I've written letters to the National Sports Council from way before he was elected, just to be able, I don't recall getting an answer, but just to be able to allow young ladies in my constituency, as well as the constituency of St. Andrew, to be able to relieve themselves in a human and dignified way. Now, they decided at some point it didn't really make sense continuing because going into the bush in 2018 and 19 is not something that decent human beings want to continue doing. And so that club is essentially not functioning anymore. I say that to say that sometimes the continuation of clubs and community groups depend on access to facilities. And I'm not as fortunate as the Honourable Member for St. James Central. I don't have the kind of contacts that will allow me to find extra governmental assistance outside of governmental assistance. So some of those groups fall by the way because the state, we, and your ministry has not stepped up to the plate to be the facilitator that a government is expected to be. And I also want to say that whilst I agree with you, Minister, that there's a dire need to make sure that there are community groups established and sustained, I really want to say to you that there are some existing groups that we have to stop from falling apart and then build the others. There's a group, if you want somebody to hold keys in Black Bess, there are about 20 people who are members in the leadership of the Wash Bay Club up there, and there's another club as well. There are some clubs in the communities, but we have, while we try to resuscitate those that have fallen away, or while we try to start new ones, we have to try to keep some of those existing ones alive. And so I would want to ask, because this is not a new issue, what plans, and this is not really for you, Minister, because I know you recently started, but what plans does the Community Development Department, because this is a matter that must have been occupying that department's attention for quite a long time. And so I expect that there would be some plan, and I'm just asking, what plan does the Community Development Department have for keeping existing clubs alive, resuscitating those that are on their way out, and starting new ones? What are those plans?
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your second question. Let me go back to a point you made in relation to systematic repairs. I started my ministerial journey at housing, and individuals there will say to you that at management meetings on a regular basis, I was concerned about the fact that housing did not have a scheduled maintenance of state-owned buildings. And I thought it was a travesty then. I still think it is now, in relation to how we treat to government-owned buildings. And I have mentioned since coming to this ministry, that we need to have something in place where scheduled maintenance is, a part of everything going forward in terms of the buildings that we have. And I can safely say to you that plans will be put in place to ensure that we have inspections of our facilities so that this scheduled maintenance will be in place. I will allow the superintendent of works to speak to you as well on this, but I can assure you that going forward, it will be a case where we will have that systematic repairs that you're talking about. We will have scheduled maintenance in terms of all of our pavilions and community centers across this country. Because to me, it makes no sense to then spend millions of dollars to revive and to repurpose buildings that if we had a scheduled maintenance plan in place, that we can actually deal with those issues before they reach a state of disrepair. I have problems in the constituency of St. John with the community center as well, because you cannot use the stage because it has fallen into a state of disrepair. So rest assured that plans will be put in place to have scheduled maintenance that will look at our community centers, that will also look at our pavilions in terms of making sure that we are up to date in terms of the maintenance. You mentioned the bathroom facilities, and again, I say to you that it is a travesty that a community group would have to fall apart as a result of something like this. I think it is something that should not be. But the other thing about community groups as well, and hence why I said I said earlier to the Honourable Minister that we need to have strong community groups. And if there's only one focus in terms of community groups, you will probably have a situation like yours where they cannot engage in sports. So therefore, they figure there's no need to have a community group functioning anymore. But I am sure that the resources that are within my ministry, that we will be able to show community groups how to refocus, how to pivot away from what was existing and go in a new direction to ensure that they survive. Because if, like I said, the focus is on only one thing, you're going to always have a situation that when that particular plank collapses, there's absolutely nothing else to stand on. So we are going to have a situation where we're going to work with the community groups. We're going to repurpose them in terms of how they treat to their own existence and longevity going forward. But I will ask the superintendent of works to speak to you in relation to the maintenance and other areas.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Minister Griffith. My name is Nicholas Matthias, the Senior Superintendent of Works for the National Sports Council. Honourable Representative for St. Peter, what we have embarked on at the National Sports Council recently is having an audit done for all of our facilities. We've submitted a base audit so far to Minister Griffith, and we are doing a comprehensive audit so that we can get the maintenance schedule put in place. Thus far, we have also embarked on what we call a mini refurbishment program at a few of our facilities, where we've started that refurbishment program to allow for persons to have access to better facilities than they used to have. I heard you speak specifically to the team, netball team at Indian Ground. I'm happy to report that that netball team is resurfacing. It's under a different name. And I've also put into play, and it's very successful so far for the couple of years I've started working at the Sports Council, more or less a community responsibility program where a leader from any of those teams or any of those groups that are still active literally signs in a contract literally to the Sports Council saying that I will take care of the keys and I will have access to that pavilion for however long I am the leader. And if they happen to pass on to somebody else. That person just signs on, and it keeps rolling over. And it has been a successful venture thus far. The same netball team that is reforming Indian Ground has actually submitted their representative, and it has been happening that way for a lot of our pavilions across the island. And I'd like to report to you that while COVID has impacted on us, yes, I do see a large resurgence since a lot of the activities have opened back. A large resurgence of persons coming in and signing those contracts for responsibility for the keys until we can get the more or less the contracts in place for persons to work up until the 11 o'clock that was mentioned by one of my colleagues before. So we are working as best as we could at the Sports Council to try to get those facilities back in action, because we have realized, especially within the last 2 weeks since we have reopened, that more or less Barbadians on the whole in every constituency are keen to get back out there and do what has been missing for the last couple of years. So thank you for your question, and thank you for allowing me to answer.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure that we would all be aware that if periodically a group has to reform, and in this case, Remy probably taking over from Forerunners, partially because it's part of my constituency, but I just let you know that it is often a restarting so that we don't get the building on and the forward movement that we should. So I am aware of the restart. I'm the Member of Parliament, so I'm as aware as you are, likely a little bit more aware. But it means that people have to start over. And so my point remains that we have to make sure they don't fall by the way. And I just want to add a comment, Minister, to all that I've said so far before I ask my final question. And that is, there must be, and I said this in the consideration of another head before this one, there must be, in my view, and in the view of the people who live in St. Peter, an opportunity for the Member of Parliament to be actively involved in the discussions that take place at the community level. Because oftentimes, you will have in individual communities competing groups. And I believe it is time for those who have been elected not by the members of a club, but by the constituency generally, to have some kind of an input. I say some kind of an input. I'm not talking about members of Parliament taking over the work of community development, taking over the work of the Sports Council. I'm talking about a provision, a standard provision for engaging with those who have been elected by the residents, by the constituents, to represent them. It is time that that becomes a reality in a structured way. I know it happens from time to time when some good officer will realize that, we really should engage the MP and will reach out. But it doesn't seem to me as though there is a structured way of engaging the Member of Parliament. I am aware, and like I said, I'm speaking a lot more bluntly than I did in the past, that some officers believe that members of Parliament overstep their responsibilities. It is time for more mature thinking to take place in the service of the public, and I'm not talking about the public service, I'm talking about the service of the public, and a recognition that there is a role for the elected Member of Parliament, not the appointed Member of Parliament, but the elected Member of Parliament, as we expect there to be a role for elected people's assemblies. And if you don't get accustomed to dealing with elected representatives, when the People's Assemblies come on board, we're going to have major issues. So I think we need to get our minds in tune with speaking in a structured way with those persons who have been elected by the people to represent their interests. My final question has to do with the Building Blocks program. I'd like an update. I went to, along with a former minister, Honourable Member for Christchurch, West Central, to the residents of Six Mains, some of the younger people in Six Mains, about the Building Blocks program. I know, all of us know that there has been COVID in between. So what I'm asking for today is really an update on where we are with the Building Blocks program. I happen to believe that it is an excellent initiative. I believe that, based on what I've seen and heard, that it will redound to the benefit of young people. It seems to me to be a program that meets a cohort of our young people where they are, and to develop them into the productive and engaged citizens that we want them to be. And so I'm asking for an update, Minister, on that program. And that's my final question.
Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. The truth is that to deal with your comment, I'm in total agreement with you that we need to interact a little more with the reps for the particular respective constituencies. And I will try as far as possible to ensure that officers do interact with those MPs in relation to community development, because we take a global approach, we take a holistic approach in terms of what should happen at community level. So you and the other MPs will be engaged at some point in time in terms of plans that are being put in place to impact your respective constituencies. I do agree with you as well that the Building Blocks program is a real, fascinating idea in terms of how, again, we look to empower young persons at their location. I believe it is something that can expand to a point where those individuals who are entrepreneurs then become full employers if they try to grow the business. Yes, we are coming to those locations. The site visits will be scheduled in terms of locations, as long as the MPs have identified the locations where the Building Block program is supposed to be targeted. But for a more detailed answer to you in relation to the update as far as the Building Blocks are concerned, I will turn to the Director of Youth Affairs to answer your question.
Cleviston Hunt, Director of Youth Affairs. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the question, Minister Jordan, in relation to the Building Blocks program. By way of background, the Building Blocks program is designed as a intervention, social development intervention, to transform blocks into viable enterprises, creating business opportunities for young people across Barbados, and and there's also a strategy to address the challenge we have with unemployment, as well as violence and crime across Barbados. The idea is that we provide opportunities for employment, self-employment, self-generation employment for our young people, with a view to moving away from the deficit narrative to empowerment and enfranchisement, economic enfranchisement of young people. The project has 7 steps that we take while we identify the blocks, and part of that is the mapping exercise which we have done across the country. We have gone all over Barbados, identifying various locations to place blocks. We have had consultations with honourable ministers at various times in relation to locations that they might have identified. And the pilot project for the block, we have already completed 4 blocks at Silver Hill, at the Ivy, at Parkinson Field, and at Bonnets. Those were the initial pilot which we launched, which we have completed those 4 blocks. The second phase of the block of the project, we are looking at sites at Jessamy Avenue in Bayville. We're looking at sites at Sears Court. We're looking at sites in Bush Hall. We have looked at sites at Golden Grove and St. Stephen's Hill. We are looking at sites also too at Martindale's Road and at Halls Road. We have also looked at a site at Lamings, and we have also looked at some sites which we've identified in St. James as well as we move into the second phase. The operating model is that once we have mapped the blocks and once we have identified the particular location and we are satisfied that this is an appropriate location, that we will do all the scoping works that is required, the quantity surveying and stuff like that, in order to ensure that we can move forward with the blocks. The 6 locations that I have identified, we have already had design drawings for those locations. We have submitted those locations to the Town and Country Planning Department, and we are awaiting approval for the majority of them. At current, we have had the approval for the one at Bayville, and we are expecting the approval for the one at Sears Court to happen in very short order. The other ones will be rolled out, and once they come, we get the approval from those sites. We will go into the actual plans and details to put things in place to have the construction commence as soon as we can. I am anticipating that by April of this year, that the ones at Bayville and the one at Sears Courts will be ready for construction, and we should see some construction activity on those 2 blocks in very short order. That is the update. Unless there are other questions, Minister, that is the update as to where we are in relation to the building blocks project.
Thank you very much, Director. Yes, I simply asked for an update, and I appreciate the update. I noted that you spoke to the fact that it is a social intervention. I also could not help but recognize that you so far have a concentration in the center and the south, and I would just want to remind the Minister that Barbados also has a north. I know that everything can't be done at once, so please don't misunderstand me in terms of the comment, but I would want to know that St. Lucie, St. Andrew, St. Thomas, and St. Peter, the 4 famous parishes and constituencies that seem to be left out of most things, that we recognize that people actually live in those 4 parishes. And I mention social intervention because I think all of us know what is intended in that program, and I would want to suggest that where we don't yet have significant challenges, that it would make sense to avoid having the challenges and then working to address the challenges. And I think you are all very smart people in the ministry, and you understand what I'm trying to say. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Director, Permanent Secretary, and all those who responded.
Minister, Honourable Minister, if I may come back to you, I don't think in that update that you heard St. John. So when you're making a plug for the northern side, please also make the plug for the eastern side.
Sorry, let me also include St. John.
Thank you, sir.
People also live there.
Thank you, sir. But we will be coming to you shortly, as long as you can identify the locations where you would want to have the building blocks program. If the land is state land, it would make it a lot easier in terms of the speed of erecting the structure. If not, we would have to negotiate or, where necessary, acquire. But the program is rolling out. Like I said, it is a fantastic initiative. I need to thank my predecessor for birthing that particular project. And I believe that a lot of youngsters across the country will benefit from this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Peter, and Honourable Minister, I am not as privileged as the other honourable members to speak from this chair in this regard, but I will say that St. Lucie is at the top of the map of Barbados, and therefore, whenever there are any rollouts and so on, I recognize that St. Lucie is apparently, they turn the map upside down. Well, there's a representative, there's a member of parliament for St. Lucie, and at any given opportunity, he will speak on the behalf of the people of St. Lucie. So, Minister, I am sounding early warning that St. Lucie will not be left out. And I look forward to sitting down with you, as I've indicated, and having the opportunity to go through whatever programs there are that the people of St. Lucie, the good people of St. Lucie, can benefit from. I thank you. You do not need to respond, Minister. Honourable Member.
I will respond, sir. How could I forget a lady in the country? You know that we will take care of you. I'm told we were in your area doing some work in terms of the lights, but we are coming to you, for sure.
Thank you, Minister. I will hold you to that. Honourable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first congratulate my colleague and friend, Minister Griffith, on his attainment of this, what the member for St. James Central referred to as an underrated but very important ministry. And if we analyze where we are as a country and where we have to go over the next 50 years, the youth will be the flag bearers of this country. The youth will be the prime minister of this country in 50 years. And the youth will be sitting where we all sit in the next 50 years. So that ministry is so critical and important. But I going where the member for St. James Central started. I'm not going to start with the bugbear in the room, which is the Welsh and the Scots may call the goblin. And it seemed to be the Community Development Department, but I'm not going to go there yet. I'm going to speak to sports and the fact that having been there for 18 months, I think it was July 2020 to January 2022, and the fact that we're on a thrust and trajectory to build up sports in this country, and there's no doubt in my mind that the member for St. John and the minister, the present minister, will do justice to our request and our mandate. But I am one who strongly believes we can have all the infrastructural improvements, but if we don't have the institutional strengthening, then we may end up in the same vein as if we never did anything at all to improve sports. Having said that, though, I want to congratulate the entire ministry, sports, youth, and some aspects of community development. I said some aspects for the sterling work they did within the last 18 months. And my question, the first question, I want to ask two questions, because I have to leave the chamber briefly, but I will ask two questions. What will we do, or where are we with the institutional strengthening within that discipline of sports, either within the ministry or at the National Sports Council? Minister, that's my first question to you. And my second question, I'll make a statement. And, you know, there's often a saying that if you continue to do the same thing all the time and get the same result, that's the sign of insanity. I was going to say madness, but thank you, member for Christchurch West Central. And I strongly believe that what we heard this afternoon and what will come to you, Minister, and I know every single member in this room will have some challenge as it relates to either their community center or community program. And I strongly believe, and I pose a question to you, Minister, having been there for 18 months, is my view that we need to do some restructuring within the Community Development Department, major restructuring. But I want to congratulate those community development officers. And I heard a member for St. Peter, heard a member for Christchurch. And I want to say to you, haven't been there for 18 months, you have some wonderful community development officers. But where is the bugbear? Where is the noose around the necks? Why can't we execute certain projects? Why can't we pay persons within that section? We had a wonderful project by the member for Christchurch, West Central. I want to congratulate you. If I were near you, I would hug you. The Bears to the World show. A show we had. Give him a hand for it. It is a show we executed, the last show in November. And up to today, I am receiving calls for persons not being paid. There are projects that we started, and don't tell me about COVID, because I'm being candid like the member for St. Peter here. Honourable member for St. John, you're my friend. But during COVID, we had the opportunity to refurbish community centers. Contracts were signed. I presided over them being signed last year in October. And up to today, no work has started. I put up my hand. I am guilty. I was part of the system. But until we begin to dive into the root cause of the problem, we will come here next year and hear the member for St. Michael's Southeast, who has a pavilion that we toured, and before me, the member for Christchurch West Central toured. Car Park started last year. All the Mar washway, no contractor paid. We have to redo the work. And I'm saying to you, while we have good community development officers and good community aides, where's that noose around our neck? Why are we unable to execute these projects in a fundamental way? We signed contract for St. John Community Center, and Pertha, the member for St. George South, myself, coming to the office, and I think the member for Christchurch East Central was in the office when someone came to the member for St. John and offered to do his community center free of cost. And since then, I signed contracts to have cameras to address some issues of crime within communities. And up to today, no work has been done. I raised my hand. I presided over it. But there must be, we can have minister come and minister go. But there must be some restructuring within that section in an effort to improve the efficiencies so that these young men and women in our communities can feel a sense of ownership, feel love, and feel as if they belong to their community, and that space that we built for millions of dollars are theirs. But if we don't refurbish them, and if we don't do the necessary works and restructuring, we'll be back here again next year with the same comments and the same questions. So my last question is, what are we doing within that key section? That's the bugbear, that's the goblin in the room, as the Scots and the Welsh will say. Minister, that's my two questions to you. Those are my two questions to you, please.
Minister, I feel your passion in relation to this. Look.
That ain't passion, that's pain now.
I understand, brother.
It's pain. Sorry to disturb you. Sorry to interrupt you.
I understand, brother. What I'm saying to you is that you mentioned a word that at probably one of my first management meetings was on my lips: execution. We have all of the programs that are necessary to move our young people forward. We have all the resources, in a sense, to move community empowerment forward. We have all the plans in place in terms of the ideas, the personnel, i.e. the staff that is here in this room, to execute or to make things happen. Just like you, every week I sit in a cabinet that is very, very proactive in terms of how we treat to the development of this country. And I'm hearing you in terms of what you're asking for in relation to restructuring. where there's a need for us to find the resources in terms of manpower to make things work, we will do that. Because, like I said, this is a government that is proactive. This is a government that we face things and we fix them. So, in relation to the institutional strengthening that you're requesting, it will happen. We will move from strength to strength. Like I said, where there need to be a paradigm shift, we will do that. We will pivot in the necessary direction to make youth affairs and to make this particular ministry relevant for the purpose that it was constructed for. But to further answer your questions in terms of the restructuring and the strengthening, I will ask the chief to answer some of your questions. I will also ask the PS to come in and to answer some of your questions in relation to that. But rest assured that whatever is necessary to keep the ship moving in a forward direction, we will be doing that. We will be going north, and we will be going north together. Or persons who believe that they can't go north will then make a decision on their own. But the restructuring and the strengthening will come because, like I said, we need to remain relevant in order to facilitate the needs of our target population. And I agree with you wholeheartedly that in a couple years' time, the young people that we see on the streets are the ones that will be leading this country. And how we treat them today will probably impact on how we survive in our twilight years. So I'm fully on board in terms of what you're saying about the restructuring. I'm fully on board on what you're talking about as it relates to execution. All the projects are lined up, and we will now have to execute. But I will ask the chief community officer to speak to some of the issues that you refer to in terms of those contracts that were not signed off on, and then you will hear from the permanent secretary in relation to the restructuring process and strengthening what is happening here at the ministry.
Minister, you move firstly to community development, but I spoke about sports and the institutional strengthening. And I spoke about all the infrastructural improvements that we're embarking on. But I said if we don't have the institutional strengthening, then we will be probably in the same vein. So I spoke about sports before I came to the goblin in the room, which is community development. I spoke to sports firstly, so back to you.
Sorry, Minister. In relation to sports, yes, there will be restructuring. We have plans to restructure the sports council to make it fit for purpose. That is something that is in the works. It is something that will happen in quick time. As long as we can use that word again, execute, we will do all the necessary restructuring to ensure that sports is at that pinnacle location where it's supposed to be. Early in this interaction, someone indicated that for too long we have been making sport at sports. And I'm suggesting to you today that that is something that will no longer obtain as long as I am sitting in the chair. I will do every single thing to make sure that it is not the case anymore, because I was involved in sports, and I too recognize the fact that for a long time things could have been different in terms of the growth of sports, in terms of how we treat the sports. There are lots of stories that I think are heartbreaking that should not be revolving sports, but we are moving in that direction. We will endeavor in this ministry to ensure that we are proactive in the approach of sports. The sports policy is coming on stream, and that will help guide the process. That will be the roadmap in some cases for how we interact and how we go forward in relation to the development of sports in this country. So rest assured that sports will have its rightful place in terms of how we develop sports, how we develop persons for sports, how we develop communities. Because, look, I am fully cognizant of what sports can do in the life of an individual, in the life of a family, as it relates to developing a community, and by extension, then the impact that it can have on country. So rest assured that all of the necessary changes that we need to make in this ministry to make sports relevant will happen. It will happen. But you'll hear from the PS.
Thank you very much, Minister. And thank you to the Member of Parliament for St. George South for his queries. First, let me apologize to you for not calling your name correctly, the name of your ministry correctly. I kept referring to rural development because that's what it was before, the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance. So I apologize for that. The institutional strengthening of the National Sports Council is a very, very critical matter. It is one that would have engaged our attention prior to your departure, Honourable Member. And the main reason, for the benefit of everyone, for strengthening the National Sports Council is because the entity as it is right now does not have the capacity to be able to raise the image of sports, to ensure that sports can be a major pillar in our economic development, to ensure that we can provide opportunities for all persons, not just athletes, all persons to be able to develop careers in sports, and to be able to also allow us to gain revenue from our facilities generally. One of the matters, one of the things in there that was mentioned, I think earlier when the Member of Parliament for St. James Central was speaking, was sports tourism, but we are talking about revenue generation for our facilities for both local use and also use by foreign teams, foreign sports associations. Right now, the National Sports Council lacks capacity in many different areas that will help to support those things. And we've sat down, we've discussed all this, and even since January, recently we had another meeting to relook and to reassess what we had on paper regarding what was needed in the organization. And we recognize that there are certain specialist areas that have been excluded from the National Sports Council, which need to be included. And those particular specialist areas are ones that will help our athletes to really become high-performance athletes. And some examples, having persons with specialties in sports psychology, strengthening and conditioning, coaching, having persons who are skilled as nutritionists, because we recognize when we compare our athletes to athletes from other countries, we recognize that those things are lacking, and it is preventing our athletes from really reaching a high level, really optimizing their potential. The other thing is that we need to see sports as a business. It just cannot be seen as one contributing to social development. If it is going to be contributing to both social and economic development, it must be seen as a business. And we have to relook the posts. We have to relook the qualifications for each post to ensure that we can incorporate that business acumen and ethic into the organization so it can monetize sports properly and promote sports properly. So the paper is just awaiting a few elements now, because we also recognize that we have so many facilities across the country. I don't remember the numbers, but just when we look at the gymnasium site on its own, it is much larger than what people see. It is the gymnasium building, yes, we have the skate park, but we have the aquatic center, we have the BOA's headquarters and the lawn tennis courts. But beyond that, there are other virgin lands that can be developed in other sporting disciplines and that can be monetized. And I think the Senior Superintendent of Works had said only a few days ago that the value of that site alone is about $30 million. Now, if you look at that site and you look at all of the other sites that are managed by the National Sports Council, you recognize that really and truly the current capacity cannot manage those facilities properly and cannot allow a new sports agency to really be able to capture the kind of revenue that it can capture. And indeed, I will dare say, allow it to be less of a burden, if you will, on the consolidated fund. There is so much potential that is there, and we're hoping that when this paper is completed, that we can get the full support so that we can really create a business agency that can truly develop sports to its highest potential and to allow it to be seen as one of the key economic areas in Barbados. I want to just touch briefly before we move on to the Chief Community Development Officer, just to say that we have had internal discussions regarding the restructuring, not just of Community Development Department, but also of Youth Affairs in terms of the two. There's still ongoing discussions, and I would wish for us to really have the time to engage our new minister in a very in-depth way to see how we can look at the restructuring of Community Development Department, or indeed the two portfolios, because of the very valuable synergies that are there to be exploited. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Minister. Thank you for the opportunity to respond. I think the suggestion from the Honourable member for St. George South, who was your predecessor, that suggestion is really well received. Now, the Community Development Department is actually the oldest community development agency in the island. And it has stood head and shoulders above all succeeding it over those years. In fact, the Community Development Department was established in 1972. It's going to be 50 years this year. And it is actually the best known community development agency that the island ever had. Furthermore, a number of the other community development agencies' initiatives that exist now were birthed and developed out of the Community Development Department. So we're looking at a department that was established 50 years ago. No restructuring has occurred since then. The mandate of the department has grown significantly. Like Pierre said earlier, there were a number of centers, I think, stand a correction, but it might have been something like 8 community centers at the time that the Community Development Department was established, and the centers were small. There was a small hall, and I think the main activity was just for people to come in and for groups to have activities and that sort of thing. But since then, now in 2020, in 2002, the Community Technology Program was established. The foresight of the government at the time was to bring community technology training to the masses and to transform the existing centers to resource centers that could offer the ICT training and upgrade the other centers, the existing centers, to a similar standard. So I'm saying all this to say really that a restructuring is long overdue, and it is because the mandate has widened. In addition to the Community Technology Program, the Community Development Department, as correctly stated, is charged with the responsibility of being in fact, that's our vision, to be the hub and the benchmark of community activity across the island. We are charged with the responsibility to make sure that the centers, all of them, are a hub of activity. And let me say here, though, that the business of having activity in the centers has to come from the community as well. We have the facilities in place, and we do get requests for the use of centers, but we need more people to come forward. We need MPs, we need branch offices, we need the third sector to come forward and say, we want to use your community center to do this. This does happen, but we want it to happen on a larger scale. The number of community centers we have now, we now have 41 community centers, 37 functioning. We need to put the Community Development Department under the microscope. We have, one of our aims is to have high standard professional social work services in community development processes going on. But we have to maintain the centers. We have social workers on board. We do not have on board a maintenance unit or even one person qualified in building management. But we've been paddling like a duck on a pond. We've been working very hard trying to keep things afloat. We've been working with our cultural programs. We've been working with our skills programs. And I think our Honourable Minister recently noted that some of the activity that we do is well kept secret. For instance, over the last 2 years when we were struck with COVID, nobody was expecting COVID, it came on us. There was obviously the ambivalence, the apprehension about people working in the centers, the staff working in the centers, and the public using the centers. But our community technology program, which is executed in 20 of the centers, no resource centers, and at 2 locations where there are no resource centers, mind you, the location in St. Thomas, the Holy Innocents, and a location in St. Lucie, St. Clement's Church, and we brokered that relationship with the Anglican Church to use their facilities, and this is what we will continue to do in constituencies where we don't have centers. But the point I'm making is that the community technology program rose to the occasion. This program is normally offered at the resource centers, which are outfitted with IT labs, computers, air conditioning, and funding is provided for paying the tutors to do the teaching in the classrooms. Over the last 2 years, we have had applications from more than 3,000 people who want to do the courses online. During the first lockdown, the community technology program, we were busy training tutors and staff how to use Moodle, Google, and the other online platforms. We were also busy trying to negotiate to get licenses in order to offer the program. So I'm saying all this, and there's more. I can go on and tell you about the success of the community technology program, how many people we've tried to reach while the centers were closed. I mean, applications and registrations were picked up even outside our borders. And the real point I'm making is that the mandate of the Community Development Department is large, is huge, and we know that. And we have tried without any shot in the arm, I think, and I made this point on a previous occasion, the Community Development Department, from as far back as 1990, 1991, when an audit was done and recommendations were made that have not yet been put in place. The community development needed from back then and prior a shot in the arm. What we have had since then, even during my period away from the department, 5 years when I was out, I just came back in 2019, what the community department has been getting from my observation is a shot in the leg, bullets in the leg all the time, and it still has to function with this. Instead of a shot in the arm to bolster to boost its capacity, to expand it. The other thing that I recognize and I admire is the fact that on 2 occasions, efforts were made through the development of the Division of Youth Affairs and the establishment of the Department of Constituency Empowerment to strengthen the work of community building across the island. However, my observation again is that on both those occasions, the Community Development Department seemed to slip in the background. The Community Development Department still has a wealth of experience, skill, and institutional knowledge. We have community development aides who take, some criticism. We have to be criticized because we are very, 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 very visible. But they're second to none. The same community technology program I'm referring to runs on the back of the community aides who were hired as caretakers for community centers. They are now helping to supervise, to manage, to document, to feedback on the community technology program, and they're playing a pivotal role. Now, you will see in the estimates that we have increased allocations or requests for allocations under professional services. And this is because, again, we constantly try to work with what we have. We do. And we believe that if we can utilize competent, capable, and appropriate human resources, manpower, individuals, if we can utilize them within the centers to make up for the shortfall in our staff and the shortfall in public servants who are available at the extended periods, we will use them. So we have increased our request for professional services so that we can do some of what we are supposed to do. But unless we do that, unless we buy in services, we're not going to do it because we don't have the manpower and we have limited resources. The programs that we do then are the Community Impact Program. The Community Impact Program is a package of these gateway programs that traditionally Community Development Department has done all over the years. Leathercraft, cake and pastry, those programs. Out of those, people form businesses, but importantly, not everybody who signs up or who comes into the program wants to develop a business. It is therapeutic. We do have organizations and small groups.
Madam Chief, I know you had a lot of questions to answer, but I've given you a reasonable time, so you need to wrap up your response and just ensure that all the questions that were asked, that you would have answered them.
Thank you, thank you, sir. I hope I have. But just let me wrap up by saying, yeah, that the whole business of group development is high on our agenda, and we've been discussing at our last staff meetings, and we have a challenge in place that we'll see by the end of the first quarter. If all goes as planned and the enthusiasm that I get is real, we should see at least 12 new groups by the end of June next year. Also, there are some groups that were formed at centers by the officers, some seniors groups, some children's groups, and like Pierre said, the Safe Havens groups, which is the adolescents groups. So we have that in mind, and we are trying to do the best we can with what we have, but we really do need some more support. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel it necessary to intervene at this point. The honourable member who spoke before me raised a number of issues which I believe have sparked the interest and attention of other colleagues, particularly because in having asked the questions regarding incomplete works, none of the questions have actually been answered. I personally have been affected by some of the questions that have been raised. The Honourable Minister raised the issue of payments to persons who had participated in Beige to the World. That was not answered. He also raised the issue of the road work that was done up at the Parkinson Resource Center to help to facilitate for the road tennis courts as on the road to the facility. It was dug up. Nothing has been done for the last few months, and that question has not been answered as to why the work has stopped or when the work is in fact going to commence. I am also mindful, and I think the Chief Community Development Officer is well aware, as well as the other staff, of the concerns that I have raised previously in relation to the electrical work that needs to be done at the Parkinson Resource Center. It is unfortunate that the officer who works there has to function in a space with a fan when there is provision having been made for proper air conditioning in the building, but there are some aspects of the building where the AC does not work. I would like an answer to what is the holdup, because this has been year after year that the request has been made, that I've been told that the is the ministry is aware, and I would like to know whether in these estimates an allocation has been made to address the problem once and for all. I'm also interested in hearing about the facility at Meadow Road, because again, the Honourable Member for St. George South is correct. As Minister, we toured that facility. And on the occasion when we did, we discussed the expansion of the facility and plans to be able to, as other members have said, make the pavilion more of a multi-purpose facility, giving access to residents to be able to engage in community activities, obviously once the COVID restrictions had been lifted. I have heard nothing further on that. So when I hear the response to the Honourable Member for St. George South going in the direction of all the programs that are taking place within the ministry, and not addressing what seems to be some of the internal challenges and deficits of execution, because this has nothing to do with capacity. If the minister has approved these projects, the officers have visited the sites, what is the hold-up? Because this is not an issue of capacity, and he has been very vague in terms of trying to point to what the problem is, but I think the country is owed an explanation as to what is the holdup at this point in time, and I'm sure other members can speak after me in relation to other projects that are either stalled or projects that they have heard nothing further about. What is the bottleneck within the ministry that is preventing these things from being executed at this point in time?
Thank you, Minister. Your questions were absolutely clear, and I will ask the Chief first to please address the questions that were put to us from the Honourable Ministers, and then I will have the PS speak in relation to the budgeting and what is what plans are in place in terms to execute these repairs that you would have mentioned, Honourable Minister. So, Chief, I want you to speak specifically to the questions that were asked, please.
Thank you, Minister Sandra Greenwich, Chief Community Development Officer, again. Let me start with thank you, Minister Bradshaw, MP for St. Michael Southeast. Yes, I'm aware of the situation with Parkinson. My understanding is that the funding for that was not forthcoming as timely as it should have been. I believe that might have something to do with the release of funds under the allocation for capitals. PS can probably elaborate on that. I am not familiar with the situation at Meadow Road. I don't believe I was on that visit. I'm not familiar with the building at Meadow Road. But in terms of Parkinson, yes, it is true that the problem with the electricity and the air conditioning has been going on for a long while. And the situation with the car park, the work on the car park has started, and I think that there was a pause with that relates to the availability of funds. Maybe PS can add some more to that. As I am not sure about the problems at BHD World, to be honest with you. The invoices were dealt with from our end, and they were submitted to the accounts section. I think that there are a number of issues, there are a number of variables that we need to probably consider in assessing that situation. And one of them has to be, yes, it is the capacity of the account section. Persons were also affected. We've had a rapid change over our staff, and in some instances, we've had to wait for quite a while to get replacements. So that might have affected BHD World, but in my checking recently, the payments are up to date, except in cases where invoices were submitted with errors and they could not be processed.
Yolande Howard, Permanent Secretary. I believe the Chief has completed her intervention. I wanted to just to confirm that funds were included in the current financial year for the electrical works to be dealt with at Parkinson. I visited the Parkinson Center, I think it was about the middle of last year with the former minister, and we recognized that yes, there were some issues there that required specialist electrical engineering attention, I believe, and quotations were sought, and the works there are to be started. That was approved. I do believe, though, the initial thing had to do with the procurement, where we had only one quotation submitted for those electrical works. An instruction was given for 2 additional quotations to be sought in line with the financial regulations. The second point about the car park, I recently received correspondence, I believe it was also copied to the minister, from the vendor for Parkinson. In his case, I know that there was a mobilization fee that was paid. However, the other payment would have been processed, and we are awaiting additional funds for this current quarter. The Ministry of Finance has indicated that no capital funds would have been released to date. We are still awaiting word on when those will be released, so that the vendor for Parkinson, in addition to vendors for other locations, I may be wrong, but I think Eden Lodge is one of them, as well as Grisette's, so that we can have the next payments processed and work continue on those sites. So those were already in this year's estimates. If those capital funds are released, then we can have those monies available to and have the works continued and completed before the end of this financial year, specifically within the next 2 weeks, so that the funds can be processed in Cloud Suite. The Meadow Road facility, I wasn't aware of that. After this meeting, I would need to ask some questions myself about Meadow Road. The Meadow Road facility, I'm not aware of it. But Honourable Member, Deputy Prime Minister, definitely we will follow through on that facility. I believe there's just one thing, Beige to the World. The Beige to the World invoices, I do remember only up to today, this morning, receiving additional invoices for payment, and there were emails that were being transmitted and into which I was copied, indicating that there were errors in vendor forms and errors in invoices that needed to be corrected, and I could see that there were some delays in that, but now I believe the final invoices have all come in, so they should be honored. And once they're all processed, these last ones processed, I'm hoping that all persons will receive their payments within the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, PS, and thank you, Ms. Greenidge, as well, for the intervention. Again, I just want to reiterate that I hear you in relation to the issues of capacity, and I hear you in relation to the issues now of also funding and access to funding. But I think it is important to remind you that a number of these projects, and I'm sure that there are more, the community residents perhaps need to be updated where there are delays, and perhaps the members of parliament as to why these things have been protracted for so long. And I would urge you, therefore, I know the Honourable Minister has my list, certainly, of the issues within St. Michael Southeast, and I would hope that all other ministers are afforded, and members of Parliament are afforded the necessary information upon which to update the residents in their community. I just have one other intervention, and it relates to the issue of the opening and closing of the facilities, the times that these facilities are closed. Again, this is an issue that has come up year after year during the estimates, primarily because all of us are mindful, I believe, especially in this environment coming out of on the cusp of the pandemic, that we need to ensure that these facilities are open to allow, especially our young people, and in particular our elderly, to be able to engage in wholesome activities. We found that a lot of children have been on the street, a lot of children who should have been in school, obviously were not in school, they've been roaming across the community. And minister after minister had been tasked with being able to look at the extension of hours of community development officers at these facilities. Certainly at the Parkinson Resource Center, that facility, as you've heard from others, is open during the day. There's an officer there. In the evening, there's an arrangement where an individual in the community will have the keys and those persons can use the facility from time to time. But there is a reality that we are paying for somebody to be there during the day, and in many cases, activities are not often happening during the day. And the truth is that in communities like Pine and Wildy areas and many of the areas where there are housing areas, you have a situation where people are home more so in the evening. And therefore, while you may have persons in place during the day, there is an additional responsibility on community development to ensure that there are persons there that can answer the questions that are necessary during the evening hours into nighttime. I have a community that does not sleep. You will find children across the community 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, for all kinds of different reasons. It don't make it right, but they are there and they're outside. And I would prefer that if we had responsible persons at these facilities in the afternoon hours running into the nighttime period who could answer questions in relation to CVs or engage the children into wholesome activities, that we move expeditiously to put the resources in place. I am not sure what the real issue is that has prevented this policy from materializing, but it is one that we have said repeatedly and collectively that we agree needs to be put in place. And I would therefore want the team to speak to what are the hurdles, what are the challenges that are confronting the ministry in being able to implement this policy where you have a almost continuous operation at the facilities with the necessary resources that are needed to be given in that 3 to say 10 or 12 o'clock period. There are many entities that want to use the facilities. There are many groups that are emerging, but again, there's nowhere for them to go. My facility at Parkinson has, for instance, road tennis, not road tennis, it has table tennis boards. I've never seen them used. And therefore, I am curious as to why have a facility which has been properly constructed, which is perhaps one of the better facilities with a stage, with opportunities to be engaging young people in dance and theater. But we are not utilizing it. We are not maximizing on the true potential of these facilities. What is the reason that community development can give and the ministry as to what is the delay in getting this program off the ground to have round-the-clock facilities and persons being able to operate in these centers?
Prime Minister, I fully agree with you. Community development is not something that functions from 8:30 in the morning to 4:30. It goes way beyond that. And I believe that, just like you, we need to put a system in place that will allow for late opening hours so that those persons who we can capture during the evening hours, so to speak, are fully engaged with programs that we have at the ministry. And I know that we have programs for those youngsters that you mentioned that are on the road at that particular point in time. But I will allow both the director of the Sports Council, because he would have mentioned, I believe, the fact that we are looking to extend some of the pavilion hours. And I will also ask the chief what is the situation in relation to extended opening hours at those particular locations. But rest assured, Prime Minister, that similar to you, I have a constituency that is being impacted from a similar situation. I have 3 community centers within the constituency of St. John, Gall Hill, Colleton Gardens, and Kendall. And for the most part, they're inactive. And when I say inactive, I mean they're not open. So it is something that now I'm sitting in the chair, we will address, but I will want you to hear from the director of the Sports Council and then the chief as well in relation to these staggered opening hours to facilitate development and those youngsters who we can tap into or we can capture during those evening hours.
Thank you for your question, Prime Minister. Neil Merle, again, National Sports Council Director. As I had indicated in the past, my past statement, the issue in the past was regarding the job contracts of our caretakers and our persons working on evenings, at the National Sports Council. That was the issue, and that there was a union issue surrounding that. As I said, over the last 2 years, that has slowly been changed, and we now allow for caretakers coming on board to have new caretakers to have a more flexible arrangement. In the past, we have had also other persons, responsible persons, sometimes within the community. The issue of vetting those persons is something that has to be done very seriously, because some of the persons that we have engaged in the past, they feel a sense of ownership of the centers, and they had in the past not let others on board. So they have made the issue quite onerous for others. So we really have to vet in the future. I like the suggestion that we can get others, responsible persons from in the community, but they must be very well vetted, so that we can have longer opening hours from the 3 to 11 o'clock that was suggested. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before the Community Development Officer responds, I understand where Mr. Merle is going in terms of persons needed to be vetted. But there is a reality that you also have people within communities who are doing exceptional work and who are already looking after programs, whether for children or for the elderly. What I'm trying to understand is what is the holdup in us being able to move to a position which I think that there is consensus on, that we must move in the direction of being able to have these extended hours. You said that the issue has been resolved in relation to the unions, and therefore the opportunity now exists for us to move in that direction. Do these estimates provide for us to move in that direction? And if not, why? And when will we be able to see this become a reality? So
in terms of our community sports training program, which we hope to enact from April, monies have been allocated for persons, community leaders, and therefore this is something, as the program starts to develop from April onward for 10 weeks, this is something that we can see now coming to fruition, where we have those persons, those community leaders and caretakers acting at the pavilions, so that the program can flourish and the community centers can be open for a longer period.
So that just leaves the issue of now the operation of the community centers. So I don't know if Ms. Greenidge can speak to that specifically, because you've addressed the issue, Mr. Morell, of the sporting aspect. I am also interested in what has been holding up the persons who will now be responsible for the facility in the afternoon hours to accommodate the residents.
For not addressing you appropriately previously, please accept my apologies. To answer your question, the truth is the whole business of selecting or recruiting, selecting and vetting additional people to work at the community centers well, I don't want to say got put on the back burner, but we were engaged and engrossed in a lot of other things, the important things as well. One of them is the repairs and refurbishment, the aggressive repairs and refurbishment of the community centers. But it is not that we weren't paying any attention to it, and in fact, we started, and I can think of one instance where we contracted who we call the community development assistant to work at one of the centers. And so this is going to continue. But most importantly, it's a matter of budgeting as well. And like I said when I was earlier, we have included in the estimates for 2022 an increased allocation under professional services that would allow us to cover the cost of these persons, and that provision was not there previously. As a matter of fact, we definitely would not have had enough funds to pay those persons. So that is really the issue. In addition to opening to persons, reliable and responsible persons keeping the centers open, we also need to make provisions, financial provisions for paying our maids, our cleaners, our general workers who are contracted outside the public service. We have to make provisions for paying them either for additional hours or for hiring additional persons. So the matter of funding really has been an important one, and we have made provisions in this year's estimates to assist in that regard.
Thank you, Ms. Greenidge. So I think it is fair to say then in my wrap up, therefore, that we can expect a headline which says that the monies have been budgeted for this year to ensure that going forward we can see extended hours of the community centers taking place across Barbados.
Community centers,
thank you.
Madam.
Thank you. Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you, my good friend, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by obviously thanking the members in the well and thanking you, Minister. I believe you're going to do exceedingly well in this ministry. It is, as we all know, your passion, and we expect you to do very well. I also want to thank the two previous ministers for the work that they would have also done in this ministry. I want to begin very simply by speaking to sports, really. In my former ministry as Minister for Maritime Affairs and Blue Economy, you would know that I had the opportunity to work with the National Sports Council to do the Barbados Swim for Life program. And I must tell you that I found that to be a most enjoyable and rewarding exercise. In fact, working with the Sports Council allowed us to deliver on that program in a way that I believe benefited Barbados significantly, so I want to thank them for that as well. And I heard in the opening remarks, Minister, there was some reference to, well, I think it was in the comments from the Director of Sports maybe, but there was some reference to working with the older people to do board games, but I would like to think that we expand that to include a lot more activity than just board games. In the new Barbadian reality, most of us will live to be well past 65, and most of us would wish to be engaged in activities that are a lot more stimulating physically, in some cases, than just board games. I would also want to say that we must also give some consideration, as you know, to expanding our programming for the disabled, and it is my hope, just like as I worked with the Sports Council as Minister of Maritime, that I get to work with the Sports Council also as Minister responsible for People's Empowerment and Elderly Affairs. Minister, my question really is this, my first question really is this. And I don't want to perhaps distract from some of these serious issues that I hope to have conversation on, but there is, in Barbados, a feel that there needs to be a sports policy. I heard during our election, many references were made to the fact that, there was none. And I'm just wondering where you are in that process, and if you could tell Barbadians exactly what you are doing in that regard to be able to deliver on the promise of better sports and, making sports more important, both in terms of being able to generate revenue, but also in terms of saving many young people, because for many of us who grew up in lower socioeconomic communities, sports has been like education, the way that many of us were able to get out. So just what are your larger plans in terms of sports, and And while you are at that, what is really happening with the stadium?
Thank you, Minister. First, let me say to you that you're representing your ministry well in terms of those board games. In relation to the sports policy, the sports policy is at, I would say, a 99% completion phase. We have to tweak one or two areas of the policy before we have final approval from Cabinet in terms of then having that sports policy rolled out in terms of how we treat the different sports. We have some what we call priority areas, i.e. cricket, road tennis, that we're looking to ensure that we can capitalize on those two areas for two different reasons. One, you know that cricket is one of those things that is, what should I say, on the landscape of Barbados. I think that we, if you want to use a boxing analogy, pound for pound, will hold our own with any country in the world in terms of what we have achieved through cricket. You just need to look at the legends down Fontibel, and there's a whole list of names of persons who would have engaged in cricket and brought glory to this country. And it is government's intention to capitalize on that and to move cricket to a level where we can have, to use that word, monetize cricket at a level where we can see some serious returns as a result of investing in cricket at a level where those persons who were involved in the sports at some point in time can come and give back to country. And we will do what is necessary in terms of the analysis to see how we can push cricket to a level that it becomes, the word was used by the PS, that sports become a big business. So the policy is in place. Road tennis is also in vogue in relation to the sports policy. It is taking a special interest as far as that. And we understand that being the only indigenous sport, that we need to embrace it at a full capacity. To that extent, I have asked my sports development officer to ensure that we can have road tennis showcase at the upcoming test match. And he would have made contact with the necessary people, and you will see at the test match here in Barbados, during the break, you will see a display of road tennis. And I mean, what better area to advertise than the world stage? You will have media houses here from all of the international countries, North America and everywhere else. And it is an opportunity for us to highlight road tennis right there in the middle of the test match. In addition to that, the sports policy is one that will guide us in terms of how we treat other sporting disciplines. We expect fully that like I said, that notion of making sport of sports will be no more as long as the sports policy is approved and ready for public consumption. And like I said, we are at the 99% stage of having it completed. We need to, like I said, move sports at a level where we can benefit in a significant way. And let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. We have situations in this country where youngsters who are involved in sports possess the talent to go overseas on scholarships. But there's a situation where in order to do SATs, we have discovered that in some cases persons have to pay as much as $600 to have somebody tutor them. And I have asked for the ministry to embrace that, to have that come to us. And we should own the situation where persons who are looking to get off island on scholarships, looking to do SATs in prep in order for the exam that will come, that it should be something that is owned by this ministry. Because you have young individuals from communities, rural communities and urban communities who their parents cannot afford to pay $600 to an individual to have this SAT tuition, the SAT's tuition. In addition to that, I believe it is over $90 US then to sit that particular exam. So we cannot, as a government, and I cannot, as a minister in this ministry, allow a situation where we have those persons with the skill sets that can go overseas and develop self and develop country as well, to be impacted in a situation where they cannot afford to pay that $600, that $300, that $200 for somebody to tutor them. So I have asked that we look to put a program in place that will allow us to provide that tuition to those persons who are looking to go off island in terms of scholarships. So yes, the sports policy is coming, and I think it will redound to a paradigm shift in terms of how we treat the sports in this country. There's a lot of scope for the national federations to now be to move to another level as a result of what will be in that sports policy. I hope I capture all of your questions, Honourable Minister.
As an addendum to my first question, I was asking about the stadium.
Fine. Oh, right. That's question 2, sir. The National Stadium. Yes, we are at a stage where we're still having discussions with the government of China in relation to funding. We were told that, again, because of COVID, they had to change directions in terms of priority. And hence we were impacted in the sense of not being able to sign off on the final document to trigger the start of the construction of a new facility that we believe should be in place, because it is impacting in a significant way our athletes who need to train. It is impacting, we have mentioned, and it was mentioned earlier about sports tourism, the fact that we can rent a facility to those teams who would want to come and train during the summer months. So plans are in train to have the national stadium reconstructed and have a new facility, but it is just a situation where it is totally out of our hands now. We are still looking to push as much as possible to have that national stadium reconstructed.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, there are quite a number of you who would wish to contribute to this very exciting ministry, and we are going to ask you to be absolutely concise, absolutely to the point, and we will actually reduce your questions from 3 to a maximum of 2, and where possible, just one, the most important question. Thank you. Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you for your kindness, sir. My final question, my second and final question. I had some other questions in relation to community development and my philosophical difference in understanding of community development from the director, to be honest. I think in this new age, really, the focus must be on rebuilding communities, building communities from the bottom up. Like, the work of that department must seriously shift toward building community groups. We had done a paper a few years ago on can the state be involved in the building of social capital? And I really feel this is now the new work of that department, but I won't get to ask that particular question. My question is in relation, and I don't want to come here and proselytize about community development or sports as if I know more than those who are in it, but I'm telling you that we really need to make a shift. But my question is in relation to the youth entrepreneurship scheme. Now, years ago, before I was involved in all this work, the youth, or YES, as it is known, was a big part of this ministry. It was a big part of the government's programming. People would turn to YES to be able to, as is implied here, to be able to influence entrepreneurial cultures that foster enterprise development and motivate business growth and so on. If the activities of the last few years and the exigencies of this time have not taught us that entrepreneurship is going to be vitally important going forward, then nothing will. And it is either in my mind that YES has either gone quiet or is quietly gone, because there seems to be little relationship now between YES and the public. Now I know you're going to tell me you train people, and I also saw you had something about some YESpreneurs or something. But I'm talking about the role that YES must play in a new Barbados, given what the times are clearly unfolding before us. And I would like to know how this department has evolved in the last few years to be able to adequately respond to the times. You've received in these estimates over $1 million. How are you intending to spend that on what? And what are the success stories that have come out of this department? I'm not talking about the number of people that were trained. I'm talking about the people that respond in a positive way, that you can say their experience is a direct relation to the objective that you say you have. So I'm keen to hear what is happening with YES, and I look forward to the response. Thank you, sir. For my final question.
Thank you, Minister. It seems as if you've been somehow sitting in on my management meetings. You would realize that, yes, there's a sponsored program, I believe, during the news where clients from that particular program are highlighted on a nightly basis, I believe. One of the things that I have asked for is that we now move to satellite locations in terms of the training that would come out of the ministry. So we're going to have a situation where we will look as much as possible to see how YES can expand using these satellite locations, because currently a lot of, or if not all of the training is done at Central Ministry in Sky Mall. Since coming to the ministry as well, I would have asked that all of our programs, all of our training programs, including YES, that we move to a stage where there's a certificate that is weighted at the end of the training program, because for too long we have been offering certificates of participation. And I believe that the YES program is one where the training is probably in excess of 3 months. At some point in time it was. So the program is still very much in place. I will allow the manager of YES to come in and to provide you with some additional information. But the officers in that particular department are very, very capable of delivering this particular program. I know personally the benefits of the program to young persons who want to get involved in business, because some of the basic things that a business person would require or need in order to make their business a success would slip a lot of the young persons who are into self-employment. So the program is still very much in place. We will look to see how much we can do as far as having satellite locations to buttress the training, to expand the program. But I will allow the manager of YES to come to you and to explain something, to provide more information.
Thank you, Firstly, Minister. Ryan Mosley, the Acting Manager of the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme. And thank you, Minister Humphrey, for the question. I would just want to reiterate what Minister Griffith would have just shared. As part of YES's mandate, we seek to provide services to, one, create a culture of entrepreneurship among the youth in Barbados, and two, to provide a suite of services to assist in the growth, the starting, the growth, and the development of businesses. As part of the research to promote entrepreneurship, it is said that a key component of promoting entrepreneurship is the promotion of success stories. And as part of our programming, we have endeavored to showcase these businesses to the public of Barbados so that the work of the department is seen, and the end result, where the businesses are actually functioning, are seen to the public of Barbados. So hence, on Tuesday nights, as part of the CBC News, we sponsor the business report, and we also sponsor the CBC Night News Countdown. And on Tuesdays, you would see, yes, clients who have started, who have taken the journey, and some of them are at different stages of their business development. But you promote the business, they talk about the process that they're going through, the assistance that they have garnered, and the work that is currently ongoing. And some of these businesses are very community-minded and have a fairly strong presence within their community. And what it also does, it also acts as encouragement to others, their peers, to encourage them to also take this journey. So that is a key component of our promotion. We make sure that we actively promote and showcase the businesses that we would have assisted and we continue to assist within the community. A key component of our programming is training, and this is a key aspect within the suite of the programs and services that we offer within the pandemic. And I am proud to report that we would have been engaged in training over 500 persons in various areas. We have the Yes Proper, which is the training that is provided for the clients of Yes. We had about 135 persons across 2 cohorts of the entrepreneurial development training. That training has obviously evolved over time to cater to the needs of the young persons, and the times have dictated that the program evolve. What the program looked like 10 years ago, we have been tweaking and we have been improving, and as the minister said, we are now actively engaged with the Open Campus to actually have joint certification of our programming so that the program has weight and persons can actually use the certificate to actually further their education, and to actually something that can actually go on a CV. So we're looking to improve in that area. We also partner with other agencies that promote entrepreneurship, share our similar vision. We had partnerships with the Barbados Entrepreneurship Foundation and the Optimist Club. Most of the programming either cater for Yes clients primarily, or young persons within the community. In our summer program, they felt that they had about 25 persons within their organization that could not or would not normally benefit from the program, and we would have provided training for them. We also train persons at the Erdeston Training College. There were some groups that came up during the pandemic, like Uplifting Women. There were about 25 of those. And we are still actively pursuing training persons in schools. We had a partnership with the Frederick Smith. We also had a partnership with the Ellerslie School, where they have programs within their school that promote entrepreneurship. We would have gone in and we would have provided some technical assistance and some training. So Yes is still actively pushing the mandate of providing, of catering to the entrepreneurs. From April to December, we would have had 21 new businesses started.
Yes, acting manager, you would need to wrap up at this point in time.
Okay, so we would have had 21
Just complete what you were saying and wrap up quickly. Thank you.
So I'm happy to report that we would have had 21 new businesses started as opposed to 8 for the last year. So that is a great increase in businesses that actually started during the last year, April to December 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for the City of Bridgetown.
Good morning. Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Conscious of the time, I just want to start by saying it is a saying that we use, the youth is wasted on the young. And one of the things I try to do is make sure it is not wasted on me, Mr. Chair. But to the Minister and the Ministry, I want to start by bringing some balm, some oil to the Ministry by commending the 2 predecessors and to say to the Minister that I do expect even more from him as he returned to his former stomping ground at the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports and Community Empowerment. The Ministry holds a very special part to me, and I just want to set the context, notwithstanding the time. I would have approached the Ministry for my first time in 1998, and in 20 years following that, I have struggled to receive much assistance from the Ministry for the young people in my area and the young people that I work with. So I had 20 years of pain, but I can say I'm very proud of the last 3 years and the last 3 ministers in what they have done and what they are doing. My question really goes straight to the President's address in relation to the Regional Horse Racing Academy, and where are we with that? And just like Mr., we talk about the exciting new things and innovation, gaming, how we can make money with it. I know 3 young people involved in games, in semifinals and finals, where the least amount of the prize is $250,000 US, and the highest is $1 million US. And of course, I remind them if they win not to forget me. But I want to know from the Ministry, where are we going with innovation in sports? Where is the X Games? Where are we going with boxing? Where are we going with horse racing? Because we have a tendency to believe that sports is cricket and football, basketball and tennis if you're lucky. So I want to know, in terms of this sports policy, where are we going with the Regional Horse Racing Academy, as mentioned by the President, games like the X Games where we can have biking and all these exciting things that a lot of young people that we tend not to be able to reach would be exciting to be involved in. And I want to hear where we're going with this in a practical fashion.
Thank you for your question, Minister. I'm going to allow the Director of the National Sports Council and the Sports Development Officer to shed some light on this, but it would be remiss of me to have my officers here and not allow them to share some of the information. So prior to those 2 goodly gentlemen answering your question, I want the Principal Youth Development Officer in that 3-minute slot to share some of the work from the Youth Development Program, and then you will get your response from the 2 officers who will speak to the Horse Racing Academy.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrea Titus, and I am the Principal Youth Development Officer acting. I want to say thank you so much, Minister Griffith, for giving me the opportunity to share on the Youth Development Program and the activities that we have been engaging in. Now, some of these activities are national sports and cultural training programs, community projects, HIV and AIDS projects, assistance to youth groups. We also have the YAR program. We also have our employability program. We also have leadership training for youth and community groups. We also provide assistance to youth and community organizations. We also offer psychoeducational training programs for the youth across Barbados. Now, our target group are persons between 9 to 28. And I want to say to you, over the past year, as it relates to community projects, I want to say that we have been able to complete 20 community projects. Now, these community projects are basically about helping our young people to gain skills, and by extension, helping them to be able to prepare themselves for life, and also to give them employable skills as well. And within the program, usually these community projects are around 3 months and so, and for that particular time, we have been able to reach over 300 young persons in relation to that. And we have been able to provide community empowerment, training of community leaders, entrepreneurship and employment creation, and sports development. Also, in relation to our psycho-educational programs, we have been able to sensitize over 3,000 young persons, and this is through our Life Skill Committee, who are doing a tremendous job in making sure that they empower our young persons with knowledge. We also have our Youth Achieving Results program, which is actually broken down into the visual arts component and the performing arts component, and where we are able to empower young persons with skills. And in addition to that, there's also a psychoeducational component where we help persons with, there's a personal development component, which we believe is important in relation to allowing persons to have a whole holistic development. Now, one of the programs I want to speak to is we have an employability program, and the employability program has been an excellent program where we have been able to help young persons to gain employment and to reduce, and this program has also been able to reduce unemployment. And so far we have been able to, despite the pandemic, we still have been able to train individuals, and we have been able to train over 288 persons in relation to employability program. But what we want to do going forward is to have, this program is usually centralized, but what we want to do going forward is actually to decentralize this program, where we're able to help the individuals to, where communities now will be able to benefit, where at the community level, persons will be able to train, because right now when it's being just at one location, then they're traveling in terms of bus fare and so on and so forth. But we know that once it's in the community, we definitely can expand our reach in being able to provide employability skills for these young persons. And in addition to that, we also want to expand our reach in relation to the particular sectors who we work with as well. So basically, we're just asking for the support and the buy-in in relation to investing in the social program and what we do here within the ministry. The other component I just want to add in relation to that particular program is that in terms of training, what we are doing, we're trying to train persons as it relates to the labor market, and which is also critical to our economy as well. So we also have this one other program, just the Next Step training program. This has to do with providing a second chance program for individuals who, for one reason or another, would have not been able to leave school with any type of certification at all. And basically, with this second chance program, we know that persons may want to recover from poor decisions that they would have made, and also in relation to not only poor decisions but poor circumstances. Basically, this program is there to assist them in allowing them to have vocation and technical skills so that they in themselves can be self-sufficient. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share on the Youth Development Program.
Because we're crunching time, I'm going to ask one of the officers that I identified to speak to the Horse Racing Academy so that we can move forward, please.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Minister for the city, thank you very much for the question. Now, horse racing is a multi-million-dollar, multi-billion-dollar industry, and it employs persons from all over the world.
Sir, I hate to interrupt in the interest of time, but please give your name and your position. Thank you.
Sorry, Stephen Rowe, Sports Development Officer. So, thus far, we've had numerous successes in the area of horse racing. We actually have a proud legacy of which we can be proud. This includes the successes of Patrick Husbands, John O. Jones, Rico Walker, and the list continues. We've actually been dominating in the Canadian circuit at Woodbine, and that's been ongoing for quite some time. Now, in an attempt to build on that, we are looking at a Caribbean Horse Racing Academy. And the areas on which we will focus will be those of jockeys, which would include exercise riders and race riders, horse trainers, assistant trainers, grooms, handlers, stable managers, horse breeders, horse breakers, and riding coaches. Now, as you would appreciate from that list, there are numerous opportunities for our much sought after Barbadian practitioners in the area of horse racing. Now, the idea is that we will develop these persons, and they will not only be utilized to build out the horse racing industry in Barbados, but we will be looking at exporting those skills to mainly North America and Canada. Now, one of the things about the program is that in recognizing the level of interest in Barbados in horse racing, it was felt that the program could be used to assist or youth in gaining employment in that area. Now, we propose to carefully select and employ Caribbean residents in general, but Barbadians in particular for this training and for the employment opportunities locally and internationally. It envisages that it will contribute to the development of the industry locally, as I indicated. It will contribute to the further development of brand Barbados as we're looking to build out sports. It will equip a cadre of sports persons with skills to compete on the world stage and further advertise Barbados along the veins in which Patrick Husbands and his counterparts has been doing. And it will also develop for us a further source of foreign exchange generation for Barbados and the regional countries. With respect to the training, we recognize that, as my colleague would have mentioned earlier, there is that need for certification. And we are moving along the lines of planning for the program to be accredited with respect to Caribbean vocational qualification, where the persons who become qualified can utilize that qualification to ply their trades, not just in the Caribbean, but outside of the Caribbean. There is so much to be said about this program and the potential of the program. But in the interest of time, I will just say that we are at the, I don't want to say embryonic stage, because we have done a considerable amount of work on the program so far and structuring the program. We've had some site visits where we visited a few of the buildings at the Garrison Savannah. We identified 3 buildings, and we were able to communicate our interest to the Ministry of Housing and Lands. They've indicated that they are supportive of us utilizing those buildings, and so those discussions with respect to the process of retrofitting those buildings and handing those buildings over to the ministry, that's ongoing. So that's currently where we are with that project, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I must confess that I am a little uncomfortable being rushed for time when we're dealing with something so important. And I will respect the chair, and I will continue to move along swiftly. But I must confess, I don't want it to rest on my soul. I must confess. Because to be honest and to be serious, you know, I remember being in meetings in 2019 with the IMF, and they made the point, and they agreed with the point, that if we do not watch our 16 to 22-year-olds, that's when we had the record murder rate. And they were talking about all the gains can be undone, from the construction, from the labor, from the environment, from the education, from everything, if we do not be careful. I, like the rest of my colleagues in here, understand. I don't see any ministry more important than others, but I said I have a very special place for youth. I see every single ministry in this chamber as extremely important. And I will move on to my next question now, though. And that is to do with the Next Step initiative. This government and the Honourable Prime Minister spoke about the idea of reintroducing and ramping up mass-based training to ensure that our youth are unengaged, or persons in the community are engaged in training so that they can be gainfully employed, gainfully get some skills and so on. And I heard about this thing called the Next Step initiative. I want to know what is the next step with it, because I get very scared when I hear about we propose to, I think of a marriage. We're looking into, I think of a mirror. I want to know where we are and where we are going with the Next Step initiative. Something tangible, something practical that we can, I can sink my teeth into. Mr. Chair, please.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for that. I'm going to allow the Principal Youth Development Officer, I'm going to allow the Director to speak to that. But before the Director, again, I want my officers to be, to highlight areas. So I'm going to call the Director of the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps to come and share some information about that particular program before you hear from the Director about the Next Step initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Holly Haynes, Director of the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps. As you may be aware, the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps was launched August 2019 by the Prime Minister of Barbados with a mandate to ensure that we increase youth empowerment through the development of programs and projects that increases youth engagement, encourage positive change, and high standards of achievement. I am pleased to report that over the last 2 years, we have seen some 560 persons across 4 cohorts participating in the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps program. I'm also pleased to report that over 120 persons participated in tech walk training at the Barbados Community College, the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute, the Barbados Vocational Training Board, in very many disciplines, including animation, including cookery, including photovoltaic, nursing, so a wide range of disciplines. But more importantly, several of our graduates have completed these courses successfully and are now certified in their various disciplines. I'm also pleased to report that we introduced for the first time City and Guilds program for those young people who came out of school with no formal certification. And we were able, in just 1 year, to facilitate some 63 persons got City and Guilds passes in English, some 65 persons got City and Guilds passes in Maths. But more importantly, we got some 26 merits and 7 distinctions. And these are young people who came to the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps without any certification, but we were able to facilitate the type of one-on-one training that's required to build out the capacity of these young people. Additionally, we had some 29 persons who participated in our CXC program, and at the last sitting, we got some 29 passes. As you know, CXC program is a 2-year program, but we were able to achieve this in under 1 year, under the 2-year period, by the type of one-on-one approach that we adopt at the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps. So I'm also pleased to report that we had a partnership with the Hospitality Institute, several of our trainees who participated in the SJPI courses, and we have some 29 persons who were on job training and apprenticeship at this institution, and so far they have been granted additional job experience for a further 3 months. I am also pleased to report that we had 14 trainees who enrolled in the Barbados Defense Force program, and about 2 Saturdays ago, we had some 10 of those trainees who successfully are now full-fledged soldiers. So I want to use this opportunity to commend the partnership with the Barbados Defense Force, and concomitantly, we'll be having a similar partnership with the Barbados Police Service. So as we continue to roll out the programs for the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, a part of our strategy is to ensure that as many young people get exposure to training, long life learning, but employment. And we have some 166 persons across cohort 1 to 3 who are currently employed in various disciplines in the public, and various jobs in the public and private sector. So I want to commend all of the agencies that continue to support the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps. And we will continue to promote and give the opportunities for young people. In the coming year, we are hoping to have another 264 persons enrolled in the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, and our aim is to meet the demand of the Prime Minister has put on us that we should have 900 persons a year annually, and that will be our target as we move forward over the next 5 years. So I thank the Minister for giving me the opportunity to share some aspects of the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much. I have a lot more, but I will respect the chair and the time and call it a day. Thank you.
Honourable Member, you were going to get a response from the Director in relation to your next step question, but I want to have my officers share what is happening within this ministry. So I will preface the answers with having those officers who have not yet had an opportunity to speak to do so. Director?
Yes, thank you, Minister. I want to thank the Minister for the city for the question, and to say to the Parliament and Barbados that the Next Steps Training Initiative still remain a very important program for us, and we have undergone a restructuring of this program based on our labor market analyses, as well as some of the meetings that we've had with our employers, to look at those types of skills, those types of disciplines that would accord with what is happening exactly with the labor market. In looking at our programs, we found that we didn't want to be training people in disciplines that were no longer relevant. And we recognize also too that a number of the skill sets that would have been part of the Barbadian community are no longer part of the community as well. And therefore we sought to provide those skills that are still in vogue, or those skills that will be there for us in the future. Just a quick thing to say in terms of the background. The Next Advanced Steps Initiative is a program where we work collaboratively with a number of training institutions, the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute of Technology, the Barbados Vocational Training Institute. And what we try to do is to ensure that we are providing a second chance opportunity for those persons who would not necessarily have had that opportunity because of whatever issue which might have led to some type of dropout from the system. We work also too with the Barbados Community College so that we train a number of people in a number of disciplines to match the skill sets within the hospitality area. We are currently looking at the whole question of mass-based training. by offering those skills in collaboration with the Samuel Jackman Prescott Pollock Institute of Technology and using the community centers as the area so that we can build out the capacity of not only the center, but also the skill sets of the persons who will reside in the communities. We felt that once we go into the communities that we're going to get a lot more uptake in relation to the programs, because we understand and appreciate that the capacity of the SJPI and the other training institutions are limited. The other area we are looking at, we are now in discussion with the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute again to do a mass-based training of persons in those technical areas in construction. Because we are looking at what is happening in the economy of Barbados, and we know that there is a construction boom that is coming, and therefore we are looking to ensure that we have persons, young people, who have the skills that can provide what is required as part of that build-out. So these are some of the things that we are doing, and we are very excited in the next steps in relation to the work that we're doing, the kinds of things that are happening within that program. We would have trained over 400 people in the last year at the various institutes, including the Barbados Community College. And we are looking, as I said, to expand the work that we're doing even further, because, again, we recognize that as part of the social commitment that we have to young people, the importance of the contribution that they have to make. And we recognize also, too, that with the training, with the job creation types of programs that we are doing within the ministry, that if we can increase the GDP by even 2%, that we'll be looking at a significant dollar figure in value in terms of the work that we are doing across the country. So it's that kind of analysis that we want to do, where we are measuring also the economic impact of what it is we are doing in relation to the training that we are offering to the young people of the country. So I thank you, Minister, and I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Michael Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the time is short, so I will try to be very brief. Minister, my major concern is in relation to the Fernihurst pasture. Since 2017, I have been trying to get the Sports Council to pay close attention to this pasture for quite some time. I have met with Mr. Morrill back in December 2019 in relation to the Fernihurst pasture, in being able to have the entire pasture graded to really benefit the children at Eagle Hall Primary School. To date, up to now, nothing have been done where the pasture is concerned. So, Minister, I'm asking you, how soon or when can your good ministry give the Fernihurst pasture the needed attention to benefit the good people, not only within the St. Michael Northwest constituency, but also those children at Eagle Hall Primary School and also the people in the surrounding areas? That is my first question. The second one relates to lights being installed on Ellerslie School pasture as well to really benefit the community within St. Stephen's and the surrounding areas. And also, my last question relates to the building block program, which is supposed to really benefit the good people in St. Stephen's Hill, especially those within the Golden Acre housing area. So if you can at least, just enlighten me on what can be done in relation to these existing issues that I have been battling with for quite some time. Thank you.
Honourable Member, thank you for your three questions. I hope the chair realized that you asked 3 questions. I will allow the director of the Sports Council to come to you and to speak to your concerns. But prior to that, I would want to hear from the coordinator of the Community Independence Celebration Secretariat in relation to the work that she's doing in that particular section, and then your questions will be answered, sir.
Good evening and thank you, Minister. Jessica Paris, Coordinator, Community Independence Celebration Secretariat. Now, the Secretariat was established in 1995 with the primary objectives of encouraging the fullest possible participation in the celebration of Barbados' independence and nationhood. Also to expose and further develop these nation's enormous sporting, creative, artistic talents and abilities through organized community activities, and to develop and enhance a sense of patriotism, self-sufficiency, volunteerism, and community-mindedness within our communities, building a cadre of community practitioners. Now, to effectively manage the celebrations at the parochial level, the Secretariat works with the parish independence committees to ensure the objectives are achieved and the greatest possible involvement of all the parishes in the various activities. And at this point, I want to highlight the work of the parish independence committees, the parish ambassadors in attendance, which cannot be underestimated. These groups have contributed to the social landscape of this island through the members' commitment to volunteerism, mentorship, and development of young persons, unearthing of talent and designers, and willingness to give back to their respective communities, parishes, and by extension, Barbados. Now, over the past 27 years, because we are celebrating 27 years this year, the program has fostered wholesome behavior and a sense of pride and nationalism without being divisive through friendly competition. And I take this opportunity, I should say, not I've also highlighting the work of the present Parish Independence Committee members, but past persons who would have contributed to this program also. And we have some here with us today. Now, the program has a positive social impact on the nation in relation to the development of our young persons with the Parish Ambassadors Program for those young persons between the ages of 18 and 30, and the attendants who work alongside those parish ambassadors. The Parish Independence Committees continue to work assiduously in their respective parishes in unearthing new talent for the in the performing arts. Also, as I mentioned earlier, the designers. They've also worked in the formation of small businesses in such areas as the rental of tents, sound, lighting, and DJ services. And this cannot be overlooked because people just think of the program as a parish independence program, but the work that these persons are doing within the particular parishes need to be highlighted at this point, because they not only produce those young persons and work with them to get them to the Spirit of the Nation show and to develop them as young persons with a sense of national identity. But they also work with other groups within the respective parishes, as I mentioned just now, young entrepreneurs, and some who would have come through our program also. We do a lot of training for our participants in different areas, and as the Minister alluded to earlier, and my other counterparts, we're looking to ensure that the programs or the training program is certified so that these persons can say that we are a certified community practitioner, and they can take that and use within the respective parishes. We see events come through the program as well. For example, the Crab Night in St. Andrew and the Bashment by Night in St. Joseph. And these events, organized through the parish independence committees, can evolve further into becoming national festivals if the input is given into these different activities. So that, in a nutshell, is really what we do at the Secretariat. As I said before, we have a small group of persons that work throughout the entire year. We have our parish month activities. Each month is dedicated to a respective parish, and each parish is allocated a parish color. And we try to use these symbols for persons to come together as a group that they can rally behind. Throughout the month of November, you will see the Lighting Program, which is a partnership with the private and the public sector. And this program highlights the national colors, the symbols, and you'll see those throughout the roundabouts throughout the island. And for the last few years, what we have been doing is highlighting a particular area within each respective parish, and we flood that area with the national colors so that the persons within that respective parish can go and see and enjoy and identify with the national colors that they're seeing there, and that in itself builds national identity. So the work continues. There's always room for improvement, and we're always looking for ways in which we can improve at the Secretariat as well in assisting the parish independence committees in the work that they do within the respective parishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member of Parliament for St. Michael Northwest. Neil Merle again, Director, National Sports Council. The Minister is correct. I did meet with him in December 2019 with regard to the playing field at Ferniehurst. Prior to meeting him in 2019, the National Sports Council fixed a major issue at the Eagle Hall Primary School with respect to paving the facility at Eagle Hall. The dust was affecting the children and so on, and we also included a volleyball court, a basketball court, and a road tennis facility, of which the principal and the surrounding persons were very happy. So the issue at Ferniehurst, this year we have included money with regard to the regrading, and we would look at Ferniehurst favorably in this financial year. With respect to the issue at Ellerslie, in terms of the lights, that issue was written to the National Sports Council. The playing field at Ellerslie falls under the Ministry of Education, and therefore we were not able to facilitate. There is a lighting program, and we can see what can come out of that after the 38 fields have been finished. We will see if we can collaborate with the Ministry of Education with respect to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Director. I hope in the regrading program, you remember Chaka Hall, which I wrote about, since Minister King was minister in that ministry as well, in terms of regrading.
I don't mean to cross you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Mr. Chairman, look, every year I come here and I have to listen and witness a level of puerility, sterile discussions. The boxing of the more things change, the more things remain the same. You can almost let everybody stay home, record these things, and come back here every year, especially when it relates to issues like sports. And look, sports is about community integration. Sports is about social relationships. Sports about alternative means in communities, especially densely populated communities, when young men come home on evenings. When you begin to talk about sports, especially in the present atmosphere, you got to look to see how sports and these opportunities and culture is used as an alternative to criminal activities and indisciplined behavior. The community development must rise to the occasion. Anybody come in here and just talk to me about cricket and football and if the center get open and all of that, I waste my time and believe that I have done a good job because you're involved in a form of social ritualism, because that is what's happening here. I have problems across my community. Then he's talking about how do the audience respond in the circumstances of sports in communities. I have one of the biggest pastors in Barbados. I want to hear about how you're going to help me to develop that pastor within the next year. I want to know why you got to send back money from the capital vote every year, and yet people are not being paid. Serious questions need to be answered. But I'm aware that you said to me, sir, that I only have a limited amount of time. So therefore, in a very simple way, I am very concerned always about St. Michael's East first, because I want to say that how much I thank these people for having me here for 5 terms. I can be here, if I can be a useless man and find myself here for 5 terms. And I know that the people in my community are not ignorant people. So I know that I am here for a purpose. And I am here to represent them the way how I feel they should be represented. I can't wait to the day when we decentralize the authority of the Community Development Department. The Community Development got in popes. Popes. There's a unique body in there that believes that they can talk down to ministers. When community practitioners ask for assistance, they get no assistance. But when you go on these different pastors across Barbados and the community centers, the men who coordinate the activities on evenings are men from within the communities that need a closer relationship with the community development officers. And I will hope that, and that's why I said, I know this, when what I call the Ralph Thorne report, I hope that report, I haven't seen a line in it, but I hope that report would allow us to see a new paradigm emerging. We got some psychosocial and psychocultural problems in these departments that people believe that something was done when I first came to this department, and this is the best practice in Barbados, and it must continue the same way. The only way we're going to change that is if we shift the responsibility, allow them, if they choose to do so, to supervise the activities and to monitor things. But the real practitioners exist within the community. And they should be allowed to work in collaboration with community development officers, but the community development officers cannot drive the process. Well, I heard fairly implicit to me in here, I heard a recently community development and sports minister suggesting that all was not well in there. So how comes though everybody is saying this thing well and everybody's so passive and cordial in the discussions about these things? So Mr. Chair, I really want to ask a question, but I don't even know how we can get this question answered. Right, but look, let me tell you what's most important to me now, priority. Former minister of the same department and one outstanding Barbadians. I had the privilege this morning, and when I say I had the privilege, I don't want it to be interpreted in a negative light, of burying his ash at St. Barnabas Church. I want to put the community development and any other officer, including the minister and other ministers in here, in cabinet. I want the community center named after the late Honourable Donald George Blackman. He built it. He served the community well. I have seen other people that did very little, named buildings, so this and so that. I need to see that community center named after him. I don't want nobody drag me out. I don't want anybody telling me about any petition, right? And I want it to be there on that pastor. As I said in here before, I have a pastor that named after Sir Winston Churchill. I want the center named after Dr. Don Blackman. I'm asking no more questions. Everybody can, in a very superficial way, dance all around the questions and say the same thing over that I have heard before. And you all know that is true. And when the end of the financial year comes, they can say back in $1.something million and $2.something million, and then you can hear that the contractors, the architects, and everybody was not paid during the year. And what are you going to do about it? You can't do anything about it. Because the same officers can do the same thing the next year, and the ministers will have to be indicted for not performing in the way in which they ought to perform. So I am incapable of answering the question, probably in general, but on this time for sure I can't answer any question. But, sir, Thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to babble something to you.
Yes, and you will have the time to give your second reading speech as well. Honourable Member for Christchurch West
Chair.
Central.
So you're
sorry, Minister. Proceed.
You don't want me to respond? I'll be
Yes, you may
guided.
proceed, Honourable Minister.
All right. It is unfortunate that the honourable member who just spoke just entered the chamber. It is unfortunate that it is necessary on this occasion to come with the language that he came with. All right. My officers here will not be able to address, so I will. For the past 2.5 hours or so, 3 hours or whatever, members of this honorable chamber and those persons who are watching online would have heard officer after officer from this ministry outline what is being done to push youth, to push sports, to push community empowerment. Now, it is impossible to have everything right or to get everything right at the first try. There's a new dawn. So when the honorable member is going to basically say that officers from this ministry are talking foolishness, then I have to respond. Because I could understand the angst. All of us have constituencies that have issues that we want addressed, but in most cases, there's a process. There is a process that must be followed. And the honorable member is fully aware of that. So if we have issues, we're going to fix them. We're going to fix them. There's a mantra in this party of facing it and fix it, and we're going to fix them. So I will not sit here and allow the honorable member to treat staff in the way how he just did. Because, it is not necessary. You want a community center named after a particular individual, fine. There's a process and there's a way that you go about doing that. But when you come and you berate officers from the ministry that I am sitting, I really have to respond to it. We will fix the issues that are happening. I understand from every single member who spoke the issues that they're having in their respective constituency. But at the same time, you must give us an opportunity to fix the wrongs that are being identified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Thank you. I just hope that I will be able to pour some cold water on the proceedings as they wrap up. Somebody tell me you weathered the storm. I just want to say a pleasant good night to my family, and I call them my family because this is the Ministry of Youth was the first ministry I happened to work with, and there's still an umbilical connection to the ministry. I really want to say, because in and I will ask just one question because I will acquiesce unselfishly to my senior from St. Thomas, because I think that I have a special part in my heart for those persons who are a little older than myself. Everybody in Barbados already know that. Confession is good for the soul. I want to say to you, Minister, in 2011, we started a national youth policy. We spoke to the young persons in terms of employment, their political and social existence, the ability for them to have core values, the ethics, and all those things that we spoke to help frame young persons so that when they move on to another dimension in their life, that they will be equipped with the basic tenets. And we started some work when I was minister in 2018 or so to have a new national youth policy that spoke to the new realities that we are faced with, technologies, the sustainable development goals that would involve sexual plurality, the rights of young persons, the moral issues, all of these things, the fact that they must have a space politically, socially, those environmental dynamics that would affect young people, those are where the discussions coming out of initial meetings and with the help of other United Nations agencies. What I want to know from you is, in short, is to allow this August Chamber and the rest of Barbados for you to elucidate on this policy and let us know where it's at and where you intend to carry this youth policy as it represents the vision of our young people. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Honourable Member. I will allow the Director to speak to your particular question, but before he comes, I want the Program Coordinator from the Community Development Department to share some of the projects that she's doing.
Good evening to all. My name is Bridget Marshall-Griffith, Program Coordinator with the Community Development Department. The Community Technology Program was started in July of 2002, and this was a direct response to the ever-growing information age, and the government of the time saw the need to make sure that Barbados and Barbadians were equipped and able to play a vital part in the information technology and the opportunities available through the use of technology. In 2020, we are now saying that how important this first initiative was. The COVID-19 pandemic saw the need for persons to do most of their daily chores, business, and nearly all aspects of their functioning of their life had to be used with technology. The Community Technology Program decided that we still needed to offer persons the opportunity to train and to be equipped in the uses of the technology. So we went online in 2020, and we went fully online into 2020, and we felt that the persons would not had been so inclined because of the whole online aspect of it, but we were proved wrong. The number of persons who registered and took the courses increased exponentially. We had about over 8,000 persons registered and taking classes under the Community Technology Program. We have persons as far as Africa and the Caribbean who took our Community Technology Program. We also expanded the program to include a number of areas that we felt were beneficial to persons. We introduced programs where we felt persons would benefit in their small business. So we introduced courses like QuickBooks, Office Admin, web page design. So we introduced a number of courses where we felt persons could maximize their potential and also formulate businesses or ideas where they can work for themselves and gain an income. To date, we have over 8,000 persons still waiting to be trained. Going online benefited us in a way that more persons were exposed to the program. We developed a website, we developed our social media pages, and that took off. So today we are looking to train over 8,000 persons when we roll out again in April, May. When we roll out the program again in April and May. And we're looking to ensure that as many Barbadians as possible benefit from the use of the technology. We are also expanding the amount of centers that we have, because gradually we will be doing a blended approach to the program, where persons can do the program online, and those persons who do not have technology or have access to technology will go into the center and still benefit from the program. So that is where we are today in the technology program. There are a number of courses that we offer, which include computer and tablet and cell phone repairs, web-page design, internet home business, architecture drafting, coding and robotics. That's one we're going to be introducing soon, and office administration and technology. Community technology program, we also have what we call the Expertise Information Technology program, which we have during the summer recess for teenagers between the ages of 13 and 18.
Madam Coordinator, we would ask that you wrap up. We need to, we still have persons to come after to actually answer the questions, so we would hate to interrupt you on this very important aspect, but we are very much pressed for time, and we would have to ask you to wrap up your presentation very quickly at this time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So along with the Expertise program, Community Expertise program, we found that there were a number of teenagers who had challenges. So we formed what we call safe haven clubs. So we have a number of safe haven clubs now at centers where the young people will go in and do their homework. We do training courses for them. They interact with one another. They do a lot of community work. So we have them visiting old people's homes and different activities where they can learn to be social citizens. So this is where we are taking the program to the next level. Thank you.
I'm Cleviston Hunt, Director of Youth Affairs, and thank the Honourable Minister for the question in relation to the National Youth Policy. The youth policy is really a critical output for the ministry, which will be delivered during this financial year. As you are aware, the youth policy really is government's attempt or commitment to codify its enlightened social policy to address the needs of young people and further the youth development agenda. So what we will be providing in the policy is a menu of options from which the government and young people can choose to address the challenges that young people would encounter or are encountering in this extremely rapidly changing society. The ministry would have completed its evaluation of the youth policy 2011 in 2018, and the cabinet would have approved the policy process in 2020. We owe a debt of gratitude, I must say, to the UNICEF, who has come on board and sponsored the fees for the consultants. We have 2 consultants who are involved in the development of the process, and they have consulted extensively with young people across Barbados. It is a participatory process that we are looking to achieve, so that we have to ensure that the policy is really driven by young people and by the views that young people put forward, as well as what they are putting forward as part of the recommendations to improve their own social conditions. I'm happy to say that we are at draft 3. We have just completed the edit of draft 2, and we are looking to have the re-edited document by the 12th of March. The process after that is that we are going to have a number of stakeholder consultations with the agencies which will be involved in the policy. As you are aware, youth is a cross-cutting team, and so it spans right across health and education and so on. The consultants have identified 11 domains of youth well-being, and these are the ones that we are developing strategies for. So we'll have those consultations. We will have another national youth consultation with the young people sometime in April. And once the final draft is completed and acceptable to all and sundry, then it will come to the Minister for Cabinet to approve the process that we have gone through. We are looking to complete this process and have this new policy in place around June 2022. Thank you, and that's my report.
Thank you, Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do not report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until tomorrow, the 4th of March at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honorable chairman be suspended until tomorrow, Friday, the 4th day of March, 2022 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honorable chairman stands suspended until tomorrow, Friday, 4th day of March, 2022 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.